Of the activity, and if it is established, we will have the necessary tools and some money that can be there's some money to be appointed, to be nominated into the fund, and that money will now enable the Legal Aid Council to have the necessary funding, which will augment the funding from the appropriations that we have been having over the years. I have no doubt in my mind that it will go a long way in providing us necessary funds so that we can be able to pursue our mandate and do the needful.
Talking about augmenting, it's not just funds alone that can augment. There are other activities like donor agencies assist the organization. And also I have met quite a number of lawyers who share the same passion with your organization. How do you collaborate with
we have collaborations with we have development partners. In fact, they have been assisting us greatly over the years. As we speak, our lawyers, about 30 of them around the Federation, are just rounding up a conference, a workshop, which was sponsored by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crimes. They are finalized on in relation to defending terrorism suspects that are held over the country. So our lawyers are being trained by the UNODC in order to defend these suspects, because as you are aware, they are entitled to legal representation. They are guilty until they are proven they are innocent until they are proven guilty. So actually, we have a lot of support and cooperation and partnership with development agencies. We have a lot of support and cooperation from the NBA, which is a stakeholder with the Legal Aid Council. We have a memorandum of understanding with them. We also have an understanding with the NBA, and we have a lot of lawyers from the NBA applying for to be part of pro bono, to render pro bono services to the general public. We register them and give them the authority to go ahead and do so. And of course, they enjoy some advantages. So we have that collaboration, we have that distinct, we have that. We also did a seminar just recently in Lagos where we participated, and it also has to do with paralegals. As you are aware, paralegals are non-legal staff that are supposed to be involved in the justice procedure system. They assist the lawyers or the litigants, that is the indigent Nigerians, in at least having their cases being heard by the necessary courts, as well as during the process of interrogation with Nigerian police and other holding agencies. So we are on and up.
Does the Nigerian Legal Aid Council inspect other detention centers other than the prisons?
We do. Many a times we do. Sometimes we get the necessary cooperation of the holding authorities. Many a times we do. So we have that mandate, and we do assess those holding authorities, and they give us the necessary cooperation.
What kind of cooperation do they?
By
for
allowing
instance, in prisons, you can pay fines. You can pay for releases of awaiting trials or people who cannot pay their fines.
Absolutely.
In detention centers,
detention centers mostly we do because we go over the reasons for which these Nigerians have been detained in the first instance, whether it is the DSS or the police with SARS and other, and even sometimes even the immigration officers will go over the issues, the reasons for which they are holding the suspects, and rightly so, many a times the reasons for which they have been there are sometimes minor reasons that could easily be sorted out between our two organizations, and you realize that these people are at least let out on bail so that they could be free to pursue their matters. Sometimes they are taken to court, and we pursue from there, and then we go ahead and await the court process.
I mentioned the case of other individuals and organizations that are also interested in the kind of job you do. Have there been conflicts, or you have been synergizing properly?
There are areas of conflicts. There are several NGOs that are out there trying to do what legal aid is supposed to do. But we try to harmonize as much as possible, and we try to cooperate among ourselves. And luckily for us, they all realize the important position of the council in the justice procedure system now, and they give us that necessary cooperation and support, and we synergize as much as possible. But there are still some areas of conflict. In fact, what we intend to do, we have just sent out some letters. We are going to have a stakeholder meeting of all the NGOs that are involved, at least the much of that we can be able to assess, so that we can be able to sit down and have a roadmap towards, an efficient single roadmap through which we can pursue the reasons for which we are set up in the first instance.
Okay. As we conclude this interview,
yes,
because there are so many issues, but
to be discussed.
We'll wait as they develop.
Yeah.
But as we conclude, let's look forward and see what you can share with us as your immediate roadmap into the future.
We have, since we came, actually, we have done a lot of things which is aimed towards making the council more effective and efficient in the discharge of its authorities. First and foremost, we start with the staff welfare, which we have looked into, and we are pursuing with the ministry so that we can improve their morale. The morale is the zeal, and the morale, if improved, can be able to assist the council so that we can move forward. We have also looked at certain areas through which we can be able to assist our staff so that they can give in their optimum performance in doing the job. But of course, we also appeal to Nigerians. The biggest problem, perhaps one we see that is there, is that Nigerians are not aware of mostly Nigerians are not aware of the activities of the council. And it is only when you are aware of what a council, what a particular organization does, that you can be able to have the benefit of its assistance. The council is there and is open to all Nigerians, at least not all, those of them that cannot be able to afford legal presentation. It is a daily affair. On daily basis, Nigerians come into conflict with the law. Some of them get themselves taken to prison for no reason that they are in that conflict. But the funny thing is that many of them are not supposed to be in prison. And this is the reason why, as of date, you find out that our prisons are highly congested. And it is not supposed to be. There are several of them. In fact, more than 50%, like I keep on saying, up to 50% of those of them that are in prison are not supposed to be in prison. And again, up to 50% of those of them that are being held by other holding authorities apart from the prison system are not supposed to be there. But this is as a result of their ignorance, and again as a result of the ignorance of their relations. Because if a relation is aware that he can go to the legal aid office, that his brother or sister or relation has been incarcerated in the prison, the legal aid lawyer can take the necessary step to see that at least the person is released on bail if the offense for which he is being held is a bailable offense. Yes.
And now, finally,
yes, sir.
Is it true that your scope of mandate, or your mandate, is being expanded also to cover civil cases?
It has been expanded by the law, by 2011 Act, to cover civil cases. So as it is, Mr. Femi, we are there for every Nigerian, both in criminal and civil cases. And we have, in addition to all this, we have an alternative dispute resolution center, whereby we try as much as possible to encourage parties in a dispute, to go for mediation instead of the court system that is a little bit time-consuming. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
I would like to thank you for the opportunity to talk about a pressing issue, one which has been at the forefront of the criminal justice system. I am a lawyer by practice, so it is my business to worry about such issues. My NGO, the name is Breath of Freedom Foundation, and our main objective is to reform, rehabilitate, and help to release deserving inmates that are behind bars. I have this at the, I have this on my mind all the time, to always offer help and assistance to people who do not have easy access to lawyers. They also need our help. So the main objectives of our foundation is to reach out to people like this who are behind bars, to see how we can help them with the little we can offer. Yeah.
When people are behind bars, they are constrained, they are limited.
Yeah.
How do they get to you?
Well, the important thing to note is that we actually reach out to them, because we are aware people like this exist behind bars, and it's nothing that's hidden. It's not a secret. I think I came across a study that states 70% of our inmates are awaiting trial inmates, and if that's not poor, I don't know what is. So with this knowledge, I think it is our responsibility, first of all, as humans, as lawyers, our profession is a noble one, and then as an organization to give back by reaching out to these people that are behind bars, because we are aware they exist. So we reach out to them and offer our support in the ways we can.
After you have gotten to them, what are the things that you do to lift them from their situations? You can't release them from prisons, particularly if they are convicts.
Yeah.
What else do you do to them?
Well, I mentioned the issue of rehabilitating them, counseling. So for someone to be locked up behind bars for years, it's very, telling on that person's psychic, the mental state. So our counseling helps inmates to go through the reformative system of prisons. So we're trying to advocate for a prison system that's reformatory, not just punitive. We don't intend to just punish people, but we intend for them to come out as better people when they come out of prisons. So we have counselors, qualified counselors that engage them. We have volunteer doctors that go there, examine them, to give them free drugs. Everything is done for them based on humanitarian
Your
grounds.
NGO provides these counselors and this category of people.
Everything. We have the professionals who share our common goals and objectives, so they're more than happy to. I can tell you now that we have 7 volunteer doctors that are always on ground helping us. We do have 3 volunteer nurses that always go to this medical and counseling outreaches that we do to help these deserving inmates. Yeah.
The Nigerian Legal Aid Council provides similar things, particularly in access to lawyers or for inmates who don't have representation.
Yeah.
How do you synergize, or are you part of the outfit that the Nigerian Legal Aid Council uses?
Well, we're one of the outfits, but it's unfortunate to admit that with the Nigerian, experience, whenever something is being driven by the government, you discover a lot of hiccups. This is in no way trying to discredit the Nigerian Legal Aid Council, but the Nigerian Legal Aid Council cannot do it on its own. It needs help from sister organizations like ours to help achieve its mandate, and that is why we're there to help the inmates.
Okay. And how often do you go to courts to represent this inmate?
Well, we hardly ever reject any case, so we do pick our cases based on merits, though, because we have lawyers that are willing, whenever we ask them to go to court for representing inmates. We quite often, that's the simple answer to your question. We have a lot of cases that I cannot just tell you off the head, if we are going to court tomorrow or in 2 days' time, but we do go to court quite often to represent inmates.
How do you get these inmates that you represent? Do you go to prisons and pick them out, or the prison authorities source them for you?
So initially, when we started, there was this whole discussion between members of the board of our foundation, Breath of Freedom, to ask the prison authorities for names of inmates that we can help. But then we thought about it that we cannot just delegate everything, that's the whole selection process of inmates, to the authorities, because we have heard stories of corruption and how, people offer something and then they're put on the list of NGOs and things like that. So we came up with our own way of doing it. What we do is it's a 50-50 collaboration. We have our criteria that's rigid, not flexible. We don't change it for anyone. And until the particular inmate meets our own criteria, we don't engage the particular inmate. And this is to ensure maximum effectiveness of our counseling activities to make sure these inmates are reformed. So yes, we get the names from the prison authorities, but the names must match up to our own criteria. That's how the selection process goes.
Yeah, so much on the scale today. We have tried to revisit the issue of access to justice, looking at the Legal Aid Council of Nigeria and individuals that are very concerned about how justice is spread and how it gets to everyone who truly desires it and but does not have the means. And so let's hope that from discussions on this program, there are very many other people who would go into personal ventures like this. It is a kind of charity. It is a way of reaching out to those who are in need. And for the government organization, which is the Legal Aid Council of Nigeria, we hope that government would bring in more funding so that more lawyers can be employed to fight for the needs of those who cannot afford the cost of litigation. Thank you for being on the program today. We'll see you again with more emerging issues. See you.
There might be enough for everyone's need, but not enough for everyone's greed. From the depth of vice, we are emerging as a nation where it's no longer acceptable for public officials to divert public resources for private use. In the past 4 years, the highest office in our land is no longer seen as a vehicle for grand corruption, but can now be seen as a symbol for uprightness. Faithfully implementing the Treasury Single Account TSA addressed the unrestrained liberties that breed and allows illicit flow of public resources into private hands. The introduction of a whistleblower policy, in addition to other enforcement measures, has seen the recovery of illicit assets which would now be used to work for Nigerians. Also, several high-profile convictions were recorded. But this must be sustained even more at the next level. We will continue to build systems to tackle corruption, using technology to eliminate corruption-prone contracts and transactions, making processes more transparent while enhancing the capacity of anti-corruption agencies to improve the quality and efficiency of investigation and prosecution. The mindset and attitude that tends towards elevating corruption and illicit wealth will be discouraged. More importantly, we will build a framework to teach and impact civic and communal values that promote good character, patriotism, empathy, hard work, and self-reflection in our national life. Our nation will be one where all of our citizens exhibit the compassion, knowledge, and behavior necessary for building a cohesive nation in our diversity. We believe that as an upright people who pull together, looking after each other's interest, we will all go higher to the next level of all our dreams. Let's come together, understand one another better, think about others, and all work hard. Let's all go higher to greatness. Welcome to the next level.
Our determination is to evolve a well-resourced Senate with a vision and a great sense of commitment to securing a prosperous future for our great nation.
And it is our responsibility as members of this institution to set aside political, ideological, and other differences that may distract us from the assignment the Nigerian people have sent us here to perform.
9th National Assembly kicks off as leaders emerge.
Corruption rewards those who do not play by the rules and also creates a system of patronage where the resources are shared out by a small elite while the majority are trapped in poverty.
President Buhari seeks more action against corruption for democracy to thrive.
Presidential election petition commences hearing of applications on petition filed by Atiku Abubakar and the PDP.
And on Good Morning Nigeria today, we shall discuss the significance of June 12th as Nigeria's new democracy day.
All right, today is June 12th, a day that continues to gain recognition and was a few days ago legally recognized as Nigeria's new National Democracy Day.
That's right, Claire. Now, this is indeed a significant day in Nigeria's political history. It all started in 1993 when the then military regime scheduled a presidential election as part of the transition to civilian rule. Nigerians, of course, went to the polls to choose between two of the candidates in the election.
And that particular electoral exercise, of course, is still on record as one of the most credible, free and fair elections ever conducted in Nigeria. But unfortunately, of course, as we all know, it did not see the light of day. The reason, it was simply annulled by the then military government under General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. And the reasons for that is yet to unfold.
Now, Chief MKO Abiola, who was one of the candidates in the election, was coasting home to victory while the results were being announced before the entire exercise was halted altogether. The nation then went into serious challenges that saw many persons being jailed, others were killed, and some, of course, had their lives altered forever.
Indeed, and over the years, there have been calls for some kind of restitution to be made, at least to recognize the sacrifices that many people made at the time, which eventually led to the transition program of 1999, where, of course, democracy was fully restored.
Now, while previous federal administrations shied away from making June 12 a significant day, of course, in the Southwest, the state governments had June 12 as a celebration. It was the Buhari administration only last year that chose to do otherwise, and it then recognized June 12 and honored the key actors of that moment, including the late Chief MKO Abiola, who is adjudged to have won that election.
All right, Kingsley, and of course, the government led by President Muhammadu Buhari did not stop there. They also designated the day as Nigeria's new National Democracy Day, which has, of course, been marked for the first time today. Now, it is a very big day because it is coming 2 weeks after the inauguration of President Muhammadu Buhari for a second term in office. And of course, many international and domestic guests have already arrived at Abuja for this great event today.
That's right, Clay. Now, of course, what has happened is that there has been an amendment to the Public Holidays Act, so that where previously May 29th was a national public holiday with regard to Democracy Day, it's now officially June 12th, and May 29th no longer is Nigeria's Democracy Democracy Day. But what is the significance of this commemoration to Nigeria's democracy? And what lessons have Nigerians learned from June 12th? After 26 years, what is the reaction of those who were in the thick of actualizing June 12 with regard to this first celebration of it as Nigeria's new National Democracy Day? And how does this recognition heal old wounds of those who suffered losses on account of June 12?
All right, Kingsley, very, very important questions, and the summation of all those questions raised is the way forward for Nigeria's democracy using lessons of June 12 and ensuring that the will of the people is never or will never be truncated under whatever guise. Now, it's on this note, I wish all of us happy new Democracy Day, and as always, thanking you for joining us on this very special edition of the program, Good Morning Nigeria, broadcast live on the network service of the NTA. I am Claire Adilabu Abdul Razak.
And I'm Kingsley Osadolo. I join my colleague Claire in also welcoming you to the program. And of course, in the course of the program, we have our regular complimentary segments, and these include newspaper review, business, and others. We're here at the Abuja headquarters studios where we are broadcasting on Africa's largest television network. Let's take the highlights of the morning news now, and here is Ifeoma Ojinta. Hello, Ifeoma.
Hello, Kingsley and Claire. Good morning, Nigeria. Here is the news. The 9th National Assembly has kicked off with the emergence of its leadership and swearing in of legislators at the Senate. Ahmed Lawan from Yobe State has been elected President of the 9th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as 107 senators-elect were inaugurated.
Elect Ahmed Ibrahim Lawal, 79 votes. Senator-elect Mohammed Ali Ndume, 28 votes. Having scored the highest vote of the total number of votes cast, is hereby returned as duly elected President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And in the House of Representatives, the immediate past House leader, Femi Gbajabiamila, has been elected Speaker of the 9th National Assembly. Femi Gbajabiamila, representing Surulere 1 Federal Constituency of Lagos State, polled 281 votes to defeat his opponent, Representative Mohammed Umar Bago from Niger State, who had 76 votes.
Set aside political, ideological, and other differences that may distract us from the assignment the Nigerian people have sent us here to perform.
In the meantime, President Muhammadu Buhari has granted audience to the newly elected President of the Senate, Ahmed Ibrahim Lawan, on a thank-you visit. Senator Lawal was accompanied to the State House by the new Deputy Senate President, Uvi Omoagege, and other lawmakers. During the brief but remarkable engagement, President Buhari formally congratulated the new presiding officers of the Senate on their election. He described their overwhelming victory on the floor of the Senate as a clear indication that the 9th National Assembly is united across party lines and committed to working with the executive towards genuinely addressing the fundamental challenges confronting the country for a sustainable future.
And also to assure him that we are ready to unite ourselves in the National Assembly in our two chambers and work to provide those legislative interventions that are critical and necessary for his administration to succeed.
And today is Democracy Day, and dignitaries from various parts of the world are now in the country to join Nigeria in the commemoration of June 12 Democracy Day.
I'm glad that the world sees Africa as not a democratic environment, but to see that one of the biggest African countries to celebrate Democracy Day, I think it's beautiful.
In the biggest democracy in Africa. So Africa is on the march. We are therefore here to sit under the fire with our brothers to share Africa's future, what we are planning. That's why I'm here, to celebrate with.
I think that is a demonstration for Africa for all of us to move on. And Nigeria is a powerhouse. We believe that if Nigeria should move on, all countries should follow. That's why everybody is here.
President Muhammadu Buhari says for true democracy to survive and thrive in achieving good governance and effective service delivery, political processes must be decommercialized so that free choice of voters can be exercised. Speaking at the National Democracy Day Anti-Corruption Summit put together by the EFCC, the president said this is achievable only if electoral spending and voter inducement by politicians are effectively controlled and combated.
Has lost over 1 trillion United States dollars over the last 50 years. Corruption runs completely counter to our shared values as Africans. The values of justice, the sense of fairness, law and order, equity and equality. Corruption rewards those who do not play by the rules and also creates a system of patronage where the resources are shared out by a small elite while the majority are trapped in poverty.
The Presidential Elections Petitions Tribunal sitting in Abuja has struck out 2 preliminary applications bordering on the conduct of the presidential election held on 23rd February 2019. The 5-man panel, headed by Justice Muhammad Ali Garba, gave the ruling at its Tuesday's pre-hearing sitting. And that's the news for now. Good Morning Nigeria continues with Claire and Kingsley after this break.
Enjoy the best of African football as NTA, Africa's largest television network and hotspots, Nigeria's foremost sports production and marketing company, bring you all 52 matches of the Africa Cup of Nations, Egypt 2019 live from June 21 to July 19, 2019. Yes, all 52 games will hit your screens in crystal clear digital quality. It's your guarantee of a memorable viewing experience and a wonderful cost-effective opportunity for corporate Nigeria to reach tens of millions of Nigerians. For sponsorship and commercial support, contact Abubakar on 0803-331-0175 and Felix on 0803-308-2375. Hot Sports, masters of the game. NTA, you can't beat the reach.
The Presidential Planning Committee for the June 12, 2019 National Democracy Day celebration hereby announces the car parks to be used on the occasion. June 12, 2019 Democracy Day and Cultural Parade by 8 a.m. All special guests are to park at Eagle Square, while all invited guests are to park the vehicles at the underlisted car parks. Old Parade Ground, Area 10, Garki Car Park, Millennium Tower Car Park, Millennium Garden Car Park, Court of Appeal Car Park. Guests are to be moved by shuttle buses to the Eagle Square. Announcer, Boss Mustafa, Chairman, Presidential Planning Committee and Secretary to the Government of the Federation.
Team huddle. But we lost. Don't be tired, guys. This isn't a loss. It's a practice for winning.
Nothing makes a mother prouder than seeing her child growing up. But I know as he learns to lead, he'll face even more dirt, germs, and risk of illness.
That's why in changing seasons, you need strong Dettol protection. Because Dettol protects from up to 100 illness-causing germs.
Growing up needs Dettol protection.
Welcome back. Now time for us to take some business stories with the Central Bank of Nigeria set to commence the sale of treasury bills worth nearly 9 billion naira. More on this with our correspondent Comfort Amodu.
Within the third quarter of 2019, CBN says it will issue treasury bills worth 8 billion naira on 91 days tenor, 154.04 billion naira on 182 days, and 574.71 billion naira on 364 days. The Apex Bank intends to sell 147.25 billion naira worth of TBS, comprising 8 billion naira worth of 91 days bills and 139.25 billion naira worth of 364 bills in the month of June, while 195.91 billion naira worth of TBS, comprising of 15.9 billion worth of 91 days bills, 46.6 billion naira worth of 182 days bills, and 133.46 billion naira worth of 364 days bills will be sold in July. Similarly, in August, 446.2 billion worth of TBS with 36.77 billion worth of 91 days bills, 107.43 billion worth of 182 bills, and 302 billion naira worth of 384 bills will be sold in the month of August. The Treasury Bills issue program is expected to end on the 29th of August this year. In another development, total liberalization of power sector has been identified as key to stimulating inflow of $30 billion investment in the power sector. The Executive Vice Chairman Alpha African Advisory Mustafa Chika Obi, who stated this, explained that if power business is made profitable and tariff on electricity removed and power companies are permitted to sell to anyone, the nation is sure to generate $30 billion worth of power sector investment within 3 years with stable power supply. And this is the closing figures of trades on the floor of the Nigerian Stock Exchange. With business news, I'm Comfort Amadou.
All right, many thanks to you, Comfort, for the business news. Coming up next is the newspaper review. Stay with us.
Right, our newspaper reviewer, Bayo Atoyebe, is with us on the studios. Bayo, good morning and welcome.
Thank you, Kinsley. Good morning. Good morning, Claire.
Good morning, Bayo.
Good morning, Nigeria. Happy June 12th Celebration Day.
All right, Claire, let's begin with you.
Okay, so let's start up with Daily Trust. A very, very busy front page this morning, but of course we know what the story it's all about. It's the 9th National Assembly. The headline: 9th National Assembly, APC takes firm control as Lawan Gbajabiamila win. And the writer says, Buhari, we don't desire a rubber stamp legislature. And just a bit down that caption, you find, of course, the different spread, the Senate President, the red chamber statistics there, the vote margins. There you have Senate President, that's Senator Ahmad Lawan, with 79 votes, against Senator Ali Ndume with 28 votes there. And of course, the Deputy Senate President, Senator Mo Agege, garnering 68, while Senator Ekweremadu with 37 votes. Total votes cast there, 106, invalid, 1 vote. And of course, the Green Chamber, which is also to the right on your screen, you have the Speaker, Femi Gbajabiamila, pulling 281 votes, and Honorable Umar Bago 76 votes. And of course, the Deputy House Speaker who came unopposed right there. Now you have down there still very detailed statistics, past and present Senate leaders, and of course, past and present House speakers. All right, so away from that, there are other stories trending at the bottom of the paper. But let me take you a bit just below the nameplate. Will name, shame corrupt persons. That's coming from President Muhammadu Buhari. You can find details on page 3. And just before we take other stories, let's... Kingsley, you have other stories from...
Well, obviously, the late stories and the papers this morning come from the National Assembly. That's the inauguration of the 9th National Assembly and the election of the presiding officers. Leadership has it with a kicker 9th National Assembly will be fair to all. Lawan and Gbajabiamila with 2 riders, their emergence, new dawn for Nigeria. As according to President Buhari, and Omo Agege and Wase elected deputies. You can see the photographs there on the front page. There's also a story on federal government marking June 12 as Democracy Day today, and it is Nigeria that is marking June 12, not just the federal government. Details can be found on page 4. And for the Nigerian pilot, it says also with the kicker, 9th National Assembly, the new faces. And you can see the Senate President, Senator Ahmad Lawan with his gavel, and Femi Gbajabiamila, Speaker of the House of Reps, also with his gavel. A headline below that says how desperate Ekweremadu made PDP lose DSP, that's Deputy Senate President. That can be found on page 5. So let's take these stories and then we return to others. But there's just one strip story there at the foot of the front page of one of the dailies, that's Nigerian Pilot. Why Lawan and Omo Agege won Senate presidency. That's attributed to Senator's story in greater detail on page 5.
And also, Bayo, if you take a look at the comments coming from both winners and losers, at the National Assembly, that's the legislators, on the front page of Blueprint, quite heartwarming. The Senate President says, I'll be fair to all, while Ndume, of course, who lost, says election was free and fair. And again, you find the Speaker also saying it's time to work for Nigeria. And, the President urging collaboration, for people.
I think it was very reconciliatory in the sense that there was a lot of tension prior to the inauguration. And eventually, Ahmed Lawan emerged the 14th Senate President since our nation gained independence. Femi Gbajabiamila became the Speaker. And this has been described as a very good omen for the new face of democracy in Nigeria. This was the pronouncement of All Progressive Congress from Odo State. It is no longer news that Senator Ahmed Lawan scored 79 votes to beat Ali Ndume, who polled 28 votes. At the roll call, there were 107 senators. 2 from Imo State were absent. One, of course, we all know, yesterday got a certificate of return. Voting was by open secret ballot. 3 senators per state showed that Ali Ndume got voted for by senators from 9 states, which is less than 1/3 of the members that was required. In fact, even the publication on the election day that the PDP has identified him and Bago as their candidate did not help him, because from the PDP senators, from all indications, only about 27 did not vote for him. Ahmed Lawan is the 14th Senate President. At the House of Representatives, before the House of Representatives, Ovie Omo Agege polled 68 votes to beat the erstwhile Deputy Senate President Ike Ekweremadu, who polled 37 votes. Ike Ekweremadu did not have 20 of the PDP senators vote for him. In his acceptance address when he was nominated, Ekweremadu has said the context was a referendum. It turned out to be a referendum on his seeking a 4th term as Deputy Senate President. At the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila polled 281 to beat Umaru Bago, who polled 76. There were 358 members on roll call. When the polls were counted, there were 2 members that were absent, but 1 vote was invalid. Meanwhile, President Muhammadu Buhari has described the emergence of new presiding officers in the National Assembly as a new dawn. He saluted the national legislators for their patriotism and non-partisanship. This is different from duplicity and perfidy of the immediate past, he said. He charged the new leadership of the National Assembly to use their position for higher interests of Nigeria, her people, and the growth of democracy. The executive, he stressed, does not desire a rubber stamp legislature. However, separation of powers does not preclude collaboration among all arms of government. Neither should opposition be needlessly virulent. He noted that in stepping into the next level, all contestants should join hands gallantly so that Nigeria is people and the elected representatives. PDP scored votes less than the total number of PDP senators elect. Then the deductions are obvious. Those is where the extrapolation came from by the papers that has indicated the pattern of voting. I agree with you that because it is secret ballot, nobody will have known
Absolutely,
who voted.
You have no way of ascertaining to say, look, I'm
but
casting
that,
my vote.
those deductions are logical.
I know. I mean, that is to say, if the parties were voting as blocks. And in this case, there was no indication that they were voting as blocs. So I think we ought to, leave it at that. I mean, they voted their conscience. One other point, we discussed this yesterday, had to do with, he's still a senator-elect because he has not been sworn in. Former governor of Imo State, Rocha Sokorocha, you recall we discussed it yesterday. Before the inauguration, he had not received the certificate of return. And somehow he went to the National Assembly and he was denied access into the chambers, so he had no right of attendance, as it were. More like a spectator who goes to a stadium and the action is taking place in the main pool. In the meantime, he's around the perimeter, and then the spectators are all yelling and hailing as a goal has been scored. So he quietly went home. Went back home and probably watched the rest of the proceedings on television. But
yes, one of the papers...
But he should have known.
One of the papers reported that as early as 7:40, he was at the National Assembly. But obviously, without a certificate of return, you will not be admitted into the premises. Okay. However, yesterday, INEC did give him a certificate of return on protest. INEC indicated that they have given indication that they are going to appeal the judgment of the Abuja High Court, because the argument the INEC is presenting is that on the grounds that it might set a bad precedent for desperate politicians undermining, disrupting the electoral process and using the judiciary as a legitimate grounds of action. So,
all right. Okay, let's, just before Kingsley has the editorial, but I'd just like to draw this. It's very, very important. The blueprint has a story on its front page, just below the nameplate. MNJTF, that's Multinational Joint Task Force, is alerting parents, not just parents, all Nigerians, on, of course, plots by the Islamic State of West Africa Province, that is ISWAP, recruitment plans. It says that there are plans to launch recruitment drive in the coming months through misinformation embedded with radicalization programs. And of course, it has warned parents to beware so that, of course, the children are not being recruited by the terrorist organization.
I think the warning is timeless in the sense that they are targeting the youths, and youths are always on their social media platform, and that is the target where they are using. And they will entice them with a lot of dollars, and they will find it attractive. And so this is why the warning is very timeless and grave for parents.
Okay, Bayo, some headlines very quickly before I get the editorial. Leadership newspaper. President seeks abolition of bank secrecy and tax havens. And JAMB approves 160 cutoff mark. That's on page 11 for Leadership newspaper. And then at the foot of the front page of the Nigerian Pilot, war against corruption must start from top. That's according to Rwanda president. And INEC server tribunal fixes tomorrow to hear Atiku and PDP's motion. And above that, AFDP, that's African Development Bank, raises alarm over Nigeria's debt servicing rate. Details of that can be found inside at page 35. The editorial is taken from the Punch newspaper, and it's at page 22. Beyond observance of June 12 holiday. That's the title of the editorial. That's actually almost a full-page, it's a full-page editorial together with the cartoon illustration there of June 12 as a Democracy Day. Part of the editorial reads, says 26 years on, it's bitterly apparent that with all our pretense to democracy, there is a frontal assault on the democratic ideas. The June 12 message appears to have taken a detour. And contrary to what happened on that historic day, people's ballots hardly count as elections are mindlessly and violently stolen. In the main, religion and ethnicity determine who gets what, when, and how. We can only envision the sorrow Abiola would endure if alive to see the desecration of the country.
Well, before I go to that, let's make some clarification. JAMB has published cutoff marks. For public universities, it's 160. For private universities, 140. 120 is approved for public polytechnics, 110 for private polytechnics. For colleges of education, it is 100. And admission is to be conducted centrally by the universities. Now, June 12th. Well, the editorial by Punch is happening on the fact that Nigeria has now upheld the sacredness of June 12. But for it to be meaningful, a lot of the challenges that are associated with our democracy need to be corrected. He says that 26 years on, June 12 has taken a detour. But for that detour to be meaningful, it should not be an anniversary that just reflects the past decisions for the future only. But we should be thinking about the survival of this nation that is currently threatened. They said the fourth lines include constitution that cannot deliver robust development. And therefore, the editorial is calling for amendment to the constitution. They say the ghost of June 12 will never rest until there is restructuring in Nigeria. Just like June 12, elections should not be a war. And on June 12, Nigerians went to the polls celebrating, not like the recent elections when Nigerians go to polls at tenterhooks afraid of what could happen to them. They said June 12 will remain hollow if the lessons learned from that historic event in 1993 are not used.
All right, Bayo, in fact, that's our topic for the conversation in our segment after we sign you off now. Thank you for being around.
Thank you for having me.
Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll see you tomorrow. All right, it's Good Boy Nigeria still on the network service of the NTA. We're taking a short break now. When we return, we'll get ahead with our principal item for discussion.
They are there at the crack of dawn. They are there busy preparing while we rise for our day. They are there silently, guarding, waiting, listening, and watching. They are there ready in the sky above and the waters below, in the blistering heat of the day, in the dead of night, willing, indefatigable, determined in the defense of the sovereignty of our country. They are our first line of defense and our last. They who have paid the ultimate price in defending us. They are fathers and uncles. They are mothers and sisters and girlfriends and boyfriends. They are brothers and cousins and best friends and neighbors. They are classmates, colleagues, and citizens of this nation. They are our defenders and deserve our respect, our prayers, our thoughts. Nigeria, please support our armed forces.
NTA Television College Jos announces admissions into 2-year diploma programs in film and television production, television engineering, and broadcast journalism. The sale of forms will commence on the 13th of May and run through 30th July 2019. Admission forms can be obtained from all marketing offices, NTA state capital stations, zonal centers, or at the office of the academic secretary, NTA our website at ntatvc.com or call 0803-3144-383.
NTA TV College, training you to be the best you want to be.
Registrar, Announcer.
Are you aware that your perfect family may be under threat by germs? Germs can cause infectious diseases like diarrhea, typhoid, and flu. These infectious diseases are amongst the biggest killers of adults and children. In Nigeria, tens of thousands of children under the age of 5 have died due to diarrhea caused by germs, which could easily have been prevented. These illness-causing germs are everywhere. Dirty surfaces, on cuts and wounds, on your clothes, in unclean bathing water. To protect your family from germs, use the power of Dettol's 1 capful. For surface cleaning, for first aid, for your laundry, in your bathing water, and to protect your family from up to 100 illness-causing germs. Be Dettol Show.
All right, welcome. If you've just joined in, you're watching Good Morning Nigeria. This first day of our celebration of June 12 as National Democracy Day. And that's our topic on Good Morning Nigeria today. So to set our conversation, let's join Victor Azo with his background report on, of course, the new Democracy Day.
Nigeria on the march again. On the march again. Looking for Mr. President. On the march again. MKO is our man.
What originally began as any other day in Nigeria, chosen as date for the 1993 presidential election, June 12 became a day that will remain indelible in the political history of the nation. Nigerians were mobilized and indeed trooped out in large numbers on that day to participate in the presidential poll that has been adjudged the freest and the fairest in the history of elections in Nigeria. As the results poured in, the presidential candidate of the Social Democratic Party, SDP, late Chief MKO Abiola, was leading until the process came to an abrupt halt, no thanks to the annulment by the then military junta.
Nigerians are ready for democracy. Nigeria have elected their president, and Nigerians are not prepared to go for another election. The truth of the matter is that you do not have 2 sunrises in one day. Even in Africa, the sun rises only once a day, and that is the way it is. The people have made it very clear that that is what they want, and I'm sure the purpose is to let government know that the people are very serious in what they are saying.
The annulment of the election immediately precipitated political crisis, which was driven by mass protests organized and coordinated by pro-democracy activists whose goals were to end military dictatorship and to return the nation to the path of democracy. High point of the struggle for the actualization of June 12 was the arrest and detention of many activists, including the acclaimed winner MKO Abiola, who ended up being incarcerated and eventually died. Even with the return to democratic rule in 1999, many continued to agitate for due recognition of June 12 as a significant day in the nation's democracy. However, 26 years later, precisely June 8, 2018, President Muhammadu Buhari took the bold step by proposing to recognize June 12 as the nation's Democracy Day. He honored those who fought for June 12, including late acclaimed winner Chief MKO Abiola. Almost 1 year after this pronouncement, the Senate on May 16, 2019 passed the Public Holiday Act Amendment Bill to recognize June 12 as the new Democracy Day. Today, the day is being commemorated for the first time, with many international and local guests attending. This is also coming only a few weeks into the second-term mandate of the Buhari administration. Questions to raise on this day might include: what is the significance of this recognition and what lessons has June 12 taught Nigerians? Are there steps taken to avoid a repeat of June 12? Has the recognition given closure to the grief and losses experienced since the annulment of the elections on June 12, 1993? Guests are now seated in the studio to provide some answers.
Indeed, our guests are all seated here. So let's begin the introduction, and I'll start with our own former Director General of the NTA, former Director, Public Affairs at the defunct National Electoral Commission of Nigeria, NEC, that was in 1993. And I'm talking about Professor Tony Iradia. Prof, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Claire.
Also here with us in the studio is Rinsola Abiola, who is the daughter of late Chief MKO Abiola, of course, the acclaimed winner of the June 12, 1993 elections. Rinsola, thank you for joining us also.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right. We also have with us on the studios two journalists at the time who covered the June 12 events. First, let's welcome Dr. Abiola Adeniyi, who is now an associate professor of mass communication at Bayes University in Abuja. He was the Guardian's political correspondent here in Abuja during the June 12 issues.
My pleasure, sir. Thanks for having me.
We also have with us here another familiar face on Good Morning Nigeria, Ibrahim Modibo, veteran journalist and politician. And at the time of the June 12 crisis, he was assistant editor of The Week magazine. Based in Lagos, Ibrahim Modibo, pleasure to have you with us on the program.
Thank you very much.
All right, now, before we get into some of the lessons of June 12 and so on and so forth, again, for the benefit of our viewers who might not have a full recollection of what happened, perhaps it might be useful to ask our guests what their lasting memory of June 12 is, beginning with Professor Tony Iradia.
Well, thank you, Kingsley. I think that when you say my own memory, what I will always think about is what I went through as an actor in the business. And not many people remember that I was the person who was stopped from continuing to display the results at a time when it became very clear that the winner was clear and known. I didn't understand why we had to stop that process, but a couple of hours later, I was able to see that what I would call anti-democratic forces had had their day, and they had succeeded in convincing the powers that be to stop the process. The pain really is that stopping the process was not just a new thing at that point. Effort had been made before the election itself was conducted, when in the middle of the night, some few hours to the election, we got a court injunction stopping us from conducting the election. In breach of the law at that time, which said no court can stop the electoral body from doing its job. We were surprised that that judgment came. But almost immediately, the government of the day prompted us to go ahead and do the election, which gave an impression that the government had no hand in the judgment. And then we went ahead and did the election. At the end of it, another court now gave a ruling that we should stop. And we felt, again, we were going to have the support of government. This time around, the government turned around and said, go and obey the law. And we were surprised. Why should we be obeying the law the second time when we didn't obey the first one? As a matter of fact, the chief judge of Abuja, who gave the second judgment, issued a bench warrant to arrest Professor Humphrey Mosu, chairman of the commission, and his key officials if we didn't stop. In fact, the judiciary took it that we were in contempt of court to have gone ahead to conduct the election after a court had stopped us. And all efforts to draw attention to cases with similar facts, which had been ruled differently, fell on deaf ears. Nobody wanted to hear anything. And the process continued. We felt that we shouldn't just keep quiet. But if 2 days or so after, the commission was suspended. And they couldn't even come to work anymore. But then we had lodged a complaint at the Court of Appeal in Kaduna. In that court, we were sure we were going to win because all the facts were there. The affidavit attached to our motion actually displayed the results of the election. And on that day of judgment, the federal government annulled the election, thereby leaving the judiciary to act in vain. So it became very clear that it was a government thing. And all the pretensions about, oh, we are not in this or we are not in that, didn't work. Some of us, as a journalist, I wanted to know what was happening. I made some efforts. And some of the bylines I heard, one of them was that at the beginning, we had this impression that they didn't want it, especially after the convention in Jos.
But what gave you that impression, that's one?
It was the attitude of some of the people in government. For example, each time we went to brief people in government, there were questions they asked that made it look as if we are on our own. I remember one particular minister, at that time, I think they were called secretaries, asked us, which election are you people preparing for? And I just wondered, I said, is this person not with us? But it was like a drama, because you go to some other place, we want some facilities. We want like 12 boats to go to the riverine areas. They give us 24. And then we all go away with the impression that there's a serious effort to really do this election. But I think at the end of the day, the pretensions became quite clear.
All right, Professor Tony Radia, thank you very much. Of course, you are still with us on the studios. We'll return to you. Abiola Adeniyi.
Yes, sir. Very interesting, really. You know, I have this unpalatable memory of June 12, really, because, of course, I was a correspondent for The Guardian covering politics and especially details to take care of the election, you know. He was a spokesman of NEC then, and I do remember very clearly that NEC then was at the present venue, present office of AMAC, you know, and the election was coming against the background of several policy rigmarole. We had processes changed and unchanged. We had politicians banned, unbanned, banned, and banned again. Programs have been shifted, dates have been shifted severally. So the expectation was really very high that on this one location we were going to have this election, that this election was going to hold. You know, it was very difficult, almost unimaginable to anticipate, to expect that the election was going to be cancelled again. It's a particular day that I hate to remember in the history of this country. And the other date I hate to remember as a growing up professional is the day that Kenule Benson Saruwa was assassinated, was killed. But June 12 particularly, I remember as a growing up professional, you know, was one moment that challenged the average hope of a young man in the history of this country. Because we had invested our hope, we had labored all through the process, you know, trying to cover an election that would deliver democracy finally, having waited for years from 1983, you know, up to 1993, you know, thereabout. And it was a rude shock, so to say, when we were looking at the board on that Olusegun Obasanjo way. You know, we're looking at the board very clearly. The results were coming out. After the results were already announced across the states of the Federation. But we wanted it official. We're expecting the official one. And we're not supposed to report any other one apart from the official one that he was releasing. You know, and the board was coming out. We're looking at the board, counting it. You know, the nation was becoming celebratory because it was very easy at that time to predict who the winner was going to be. Then suddenly we saw movement. Humphrey Nwosu went out, came back again. Another movement would come, you know, and we're sitting on the walls of the roads, you know, and we started getting concerned. You know, we're looking at ourselves. I remember Simon Master, who is now in the nation, many very prominent journalists, you know, he raised an argument and said, it is not possible, nothing can happen to this election. You know, nothing can happen to this election, you know. Hopes were very high because it was almost like the sinking of the Titanic. Something you think would never happen, happening. Okay. You know, then suddenly, after the movement, we saw soldiers coming back and forth. Then we started looking at ourselves again. And, you know, the deed was going to be done. The evil deed was going to be done. You know, the election was postponed. Then, within the space of 2-3 days, about 4 reasons were given, you know, for the annulment, for the stoppage of the results of the election. 4 reasons. 1, judicial anarchy. 2nd, insecurity. Then there was a 3rd and a 4th again. So because of these multiple reasons, we just knew that something was fishy. Okay. And they will have the problems in our hands.
I don't know. Before Ibrahim comes in, I've never discussed this with you, but I always found it curious amongst the reasons that were adduced then in 1993. One of the unforgettable reports that you sent in to Rutam House was that MKO Abiola had breached the electoral law by advertising, because the embroidery on his agbada and on his cap, you saw that on the promotional material a while ago. It was MKO, and then there was a horse, which was the emblem of the SDP. When you got that report, let's get the inside now. Who were those guys? I'm sorry, I use the word guys now, because Professor Tony Reddy, I said, look, we didn't know who these guys were. They were just silhouettes who were acting in the background. But that was one of the first indications that we got. I was in Lagos at the time. That said, look, there was trouble ahead.
Yeah, I think, in the business of reporting, sometimes, there are many sources. There could be official sources, and there are some unofficial sources. Some unofficial sources can actually not be ignored, because the bits they are giving you can turn out to be very significant. So when they came, of course, they came with, some kind of complaint, forced verbal, and we had them on tape, saying that this thing cannot stand. This is a breach. But of course, we had this strong premonition that they were coming from a very powerful source. Do not forget, we used to have ABN, Association for Better Nigeria indeed, We used to have ABN, and they were all working in a network. So if this strategy was not going to work, if the judicial strategy was going to be contested, if people were going to suspect the judicial route, why can't they use the other sources, other kinds of strategy, challenging the SDP presidential candidate at the level of his apparel, at the level of his costume. And I think that's what they did, but we couldn't ignore those reports. In fact, there was one very painful report that I sent to Lagos, one report that I sent. For me, as a journalist, I had that responsibility to report it, and my editors too had the responsibility of publishing it, because it came from a very credible source, and that was NRC, lifting up, lashing on that costume argument and emphasizing it. So it was reported, but of course it was a sad story from the point of view of a reporter and from the point of view of an editor who wanted change, who wanted progress in the country, but of course the job had to be done.
And again, it wasn't the actual reason. So let's bring in...
We had no idea.
They had 4 reasons. You said you had, several reasons. Yes, okay. Malam Modibo, as an assistant editor then, did you get any scoop indicative, that something, terribly bad was going to happen?
Well, I would say no, but before I delve into my experiences as a reporter, as an editor, let me first and foremost congratulate the President for having the force. As far as I'm concerned, still lives. With this rekindling of June 12th aspiration, Abiola is still alive. Having said that, I was the regional editor of the Week magazine in Yola. When the June 12th movement started, you could see the vitality and vigor in terms of aspiration, in terms of political movements, and in terms of robust approach to the entire campaign structure. The DG then, Dr. Senator Silas Zungina, had a kind of robust engagement. The campaign structure was so formidable that you should listen to even the jingles. It was so motivating. Here we had an aspirant that was very exciting. His engagement with Nigerian people was very robust. Abiola was one person that went into the field with a mission and vision. He was one person that was a bridge builder, a grassroots mobilizer, a charitable philanthropist, and also a philanthropist and also a charitable industrialist. And by virtue of his deep pockets and the fact that he has touched so many lives, he became a Nigerian product. Abiola's political structure was so formidable that at that point in time, honestly, by the time, especially in the Northeast, the aggregation of opinion, when I saw the engagement of the structures, we were so comfortable that as even reporters, that the SDP was carrying the day. If you go to the fields, especially on the day of the election, I could recall with great nostalgia that people were so enamored by what Abiola represented. That's why June 12 today still remains a watershed in Nigerian history, in the sense that it defied the, that kind of feeling of people who are not, people who are generally tired with the military as at that point in time. And therefore, with the coming of Abiola, he changed the face and character of governance, and he changed the face and character of politics. Bringing in robust engagement, talking to people on what they want, and also having a mission. Abiola was never there to amass wealth. He had the pockets. He was a billionaire, very comfortable. On his own, he could have just gone ahead, but he had a mission to the Nigerian people. Yeah. And at that point in time...
Sorry, Claire.
Yes.
Ibrahim Modibo said now that Abiola was a billionaire, had a deep pocket. One of the reasons that was circulated for annulling the election was that the federal government was owing him so much money that, if he came into office, the first thing he would do would be to settle the debts that was owed him.
No.
The military government said that at the time.
Let me say one thing.
Yes. Before you answer that,
yes.
I interjected you,
yes,
because I wanted you to tell us whether, as as a journalist and assistant editor at the time, before the eventual annulment, were there feelers? Were you getting certain feelers? Doc here told us, what happened, and of course, Prof, also indicated. Were you also getting certain feelers, indicating that something was going to happen? You didn't get that.
Well, as at that point in time in Yola, honestly, there was no that feeling. That's why when this annulment came, to us, it was one of the most brutal, if not one of the most brazen impunity in terms of allowing, the aggregation of democracy in sub-Saharan Africa, south of Limpopo and west of Zimbabwe. Never in the history of democracy have we had such a robust engagement, and also a government that pretended. Because then, to be candid, the way the president then, the military president then, was shifting the goalposts, he was a player. But yet he was shifting the goalposts, and at the end of the day, people called him Maradona. So, trying to shift the goalposts by way of trying to stop some politicians from campaigning. Also trying to leave some other political parties, trying to tell them that, look, they should not campaign, they should not, banning them and what have you, went a long way, as far as I was concerned, on the field, to show that the man had a kind of Maradonic way of life towards the engagement of democracy. And therefore, at that point in time, when we were on ground, when finally Abiola was, the SDP was allowed to go into the field and also to contest, when the INEC then under Professor Humphrey, whom I believe is still a very credible person that had good intentions for this country, he was really serious about conducting elections, being free and fair, also allowing INEC, or NEC then, to be very independent. That was why they defied the court order that came at that particular point in time and then conducted this election. So there was no premonition that something bad was about to happen. But when it did, I was so surprised because of the Maradonian nature of the president. Shifting the goalpost at will, and also becoming a player out of the system. I am sure, by the fact that these things happen, a lot of people believed, and I also strongly believe that he was doing that for the purpose of maybe transmuting himself into a Australian president, also for self-centered political...
all right. Ibrahim Modibo, thank you very much. The Maradona... sorry, Claire. To let our viewers know that We have our correspondents at Eagle Square, which will be the venue of the first commemoration of the new Democracy Day, being June 12. Well, we'll get over to the correspondents shortly once we get the signals from our engineers and director. Well, yeah, you can see that the split screen there are two correspondents right there. There's Victor Azu, who is in a jacket, and then there is also Nnamdi Odupo. Gentlemen, give us a sense of what is happening at the Eagle Square. We'll get back to our correspondence once the audio is set up. Now, let's come back to Rishola Abiola, daughter of Chief MKO. What's your lasting memory of June 12? I don't want to ask what you were doing on June 12, 1993, but...
I was quite young, so June 12 has been a key component of my life. Growing up, you know, getting people, everybody was talking about it. In school, everybody was talking about it. My friends, parents, everywhere, at home, on TV, it was constantly being discussed. And I'm actually very happy that June 12 is now recognized as the Democracy Day officially, because it's a signal that we're not willing to forget our history. It was a watershed moment. It literally shaped our democracy as we have it now. June 12 is the reason why we have a democracy at this moment, and it's good to know that we honor people who make sacrifices for this country. As a child, I often wondered, sorry, I stammer. So as a child, yes, I did. So as a child, I often wondered why it all had to happen. But then as I grew older, for me, it's a thing of pride to know that my father stood up for what he believed in, that he was such a force, that millions of people around the country, believed in the message that he had, the message of hope that things could be better. And, his story was also very inspiring. So that's a huge inspiration, not just for those of us in the family, but a lot of people across the country. It's been very overwhelming just sitting here and listening to my daddies and my uncles, talk about those events. It's hearing from them, at least in person, it's a kind of feeling that I can't really describe, because this is something that means a lot to the older generation and is also now impacting this new generation.
Okay, let me also ask you, because you said that in school then, it was talked about your friends, your, classmates. Yes. What exactly did they say?
There was a lot of concern and a lot of, would I say pity or sympathy from people the moment they got to know his daughter. And even though he wasn't around while I was growing up, even though I don't have very many recollections, I think it's a great thing when you're able to live a life where, although, your children, some of them were young when you passed away, you still have so much goodwill that occasionally they meet people who say, oh, because you're MKO's daughter, like, you can come in. It's a great thing. It's an awesome thing. And I really do hope that it's something that I'm also able to replicate for my children.
Did you, sorry, Kinsley, what did you make of the fact that at that age in school, yes, that students, were able to speak about your father, talk about your father, or even have knowledge of, the part played by your father?
I think it just really shows how important the role he played was, and the fact that a lot of people were concerned about how things were going. A lot of people were ready for change. A lot of people were ready for freedom, essentially, liberty. We wanted to be free from the shackles of military dictatorship, and we've had very, very dark moments in our history, and you know, a lot of people were longing to just get out of that. So it was as if people wanted something to happen, and then they knew there was somebody who was willing to put in the work to get it done. And a lot of people felt helpless because, you know, it's really not easy to find the military, and which is why I believe that our democracy activists have to be commended. They did very good work, both those who were within Nigeria, those who had to go on exile. They did excellent work in making sure that at least there was a return to democracy.
All right, Rinshala, thank you very much there for your point. We'll come back again to deal with some of the issues on the family front with regard to June 12th. But let's return to Professor Tony Radia and
we're told that their correspondent...
well, if correspondents, well, it's split screen. All right, now the correspondents are back. Namdi Adepo in white and Victor Azu and so Victor and Namdi, give us a situation report of what's playing out at this moment at Eagle Square.
All right, thank you, Kingsley. As we all know, it's D-Day, June 12, Nigeria's New Democracy Day. You know, it has taken us 26 whole years to get to this point, 26 years of struggle, of agitation, a lot of prizes paid to get to this point. And on May 8, 2018, June 8, 2018, I beg your pardon, President Muhammadu Buhari made this proposal that June 12 becomes Democracy Day instead of May 29. And by May 16, the Senate confirmed this, and that is what brought us to this point. As you can see already here, we can find that a lot of people have arrived. Security checks are going on to ensure that nobody is endangered. Generally, you just expect that the place has become bubbly and things are taking shape, not as shapely as one would have expected, especially at this time, but a lot of people have arrived, both local and international guests, and it just makes me cast my mind back to 1993. June 12, when this election was annulled, which signaled the struggles and the agitation that followed. I remember vividly because I had already come of age too to know what was happening and a lot of troubles at the time. And Namdi is here with me also, and I'm sure he has his own experiences of what 1993 June 12 represents for him. Namdi, where were you in 1993 June 12?
Well, I, of course, just like you, had already come of age as well. And even though I did not vote, I could still recall the ambience of the day. It was quite an exciting day for most voters who went out to cast their vote. I do recall that because the election had been postponed like twice. I think the last time before 1993 was in 1990 when it was originally scheduled to have taken place. And so the anticipation was quite high and most people were excited to go out to participate in the vote. But of course, that was some 26 years ago. But let me bring you back to today, Kingsley. It's a clear, bright morning. And of course, Kingsley, you know what they say about clear, bright days. These are such days hold lots of promises. And so we do expect a lot of promises. We hope that today would be good for the entire country, Kingsley. June 12 has become such a significant day for us as a nation in terms of our democracy, and we hope that some of these promises will begin will begin to manifest as we mark the first anniversary of June 12 as our Democracy Day, Kingsley.
All right, and need I add that today actually brings to a head the struggle for June 12, for the recognition of June 12, and begins the celebration. And so it's the maiden edition of the nation's celebration of June 12 as Democracy Day. And the excitement around here is palpable. You can see the media all over the place. You can see traditional rulers, dignitaries, government officials, captains of industries, private sector stakeholders, and all of that. And so the place is set. You can see beautifully decorated Eagle Square, and all is almost set. I dare say that in no
not too long from now, we expect that Mr. President will probably be making his way down here to kick off properly the celebrations on the day.
Victor and Nnamdi, I just wanted to say that both of you were toddlers, so don't go about that. But basically, we heard yesterday that quite a number of African leaders have already come. Can you give us a sense of how many of African leaders we have? And beyond Africa, are there other, special guests from, other continents?
I'm clear. We do know that the Venezuelan president arrived yesterday and a couple of other countries outside of Africa. For now, I think as of yesterday, as of last night, we had a roll call of about 14 heads of state from African countries, where we expect that more might come in. We know that the list from the protocol office of the president has quite a long list of visiting dignitaries and heads of state from African countries. For now, we are yet to see any of them arrive the Eagle Square this morning, but we do know that a couple of diplomats have already arrived, of course, maybe in anticipation of their heads of state arriving the venue. Claire.
Nnamdi and Victor Azu, but gentlemen, I wouldn't say that you were exactly toddlers 26 years ago, but you said you had come of age. Just to remind you that yes, you had come of age, but do not forget that in the studio here, you have some of your ancestors. Some of us are near ancestors, and then only one of us is a very distant ancestor. That's Professor Tony Rader. You can see him on the screen right now. But gentlemen, just before we let you go in the meantime, give us a sense. What exactly are the activities we'll expect at the celebration? Will there be a parade, a march past, gun salute, speeches, and so on? What are the items you have on the program?
All of that, Kingsley, all of that. There will be the customary parade, of course, which usually accompanies the Democracy Day. There will be, of course, there will be the inaugural speech. Sorry, not the inaugural speech. There will be an official speech from the president. You would recall, Kingsley, that there was no official speech from the president on May 29th, which was the handover day, which, of course, was the inauguration day. But today, we do expect that the president would address the nation, and Nigerians would get to hear from the president.
Yes, of course, the speech, one would, if we have to preempt, we would say that the speech should include Mr. President's plan in the next level agenda. Of course, you recall that the president has been given a fresh mandate by Nigerians to carry on for the next 4 years. And so he will be telling us what he has in stock for Nigerians in the next 4 years.
I'm just wondering, well, Nnamdi and Victor, gentlemen, thank you for being with us on Good Morning Nigeria. We know that, of course, you're going to have a long day there at the Eagle Square in Abuja, and we wish you all the best. But if there's anything breaking while Good Morning Nigeria is still on, we'll get over to you. Thanks a lot for being with us on the program this morning. I'm just wondering, Claire, you asked the question, were there telltale signs? Professor Sami Radia, who's a professor of mass communication, by the way, and also a lawyer, had given its own sense of what went on. Abiola Adeni has, Ibrahim Modibo, also gave his own sense of what went on. We are co-presenters, so I'm not a guest. I just want to throw this in, that following what was referred to then as the transition rigmarole, first of all, it set up the political bureau in 1986. That's the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Set up the political bureau that came up with an agenda on how to politically re-engineer the country. And the handover date was set for 1990. The goalpost was then shifted to 1992. But by January 1992, we had a diarchy that kicked off. And diarchy, of course, meant that you had state governors, you had National Assembly members, state assembly members. Even though National Assembly, they had the so-called no-go areas. Then the last election was the presidential election. And then they went through the primaries of 1992, and those primaries, of course, were cancelled. And then you went on to the final elections of 1993. All along, there was always what was referred to as a hidden agenda that the then president, General Ibrahim Babangida, wanted to play NASA at the NASA, that he didn't want to leave, that people would urge him to say, oh, don't go, the country is in crisis, your country will not stabilize, and so on and so forth. The annulment, of course, blew all of that open, and what was then known as a hidden agenda became an open agenda. One other point, there was an incident that occurred, widely reported at the time, between a prominent Nigerian lady, very prominent, and Professor Bolanle Awe. Professor Bolanle Awe was at a public function, was saying something that now that the transition is coming to a close and the handover will take place, at that time it was scheduled for August 27th that the transition will take place. This prominent lady, now late, may her soul rest in peace, said, "Are you God?" Professor Sanaradia, my question is coming to you this time. Was June 12th an accident of history or a contrivance that boomeranged on those who had tried to engineer what was supposed to be the Third Republic?
Thank you, Kingsley. My name is Tony, not Sam.
Oh, did I say Sam?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! Well, you know Sam.
Yes, Sam is
Sorry,
my brother.
Yes.
I think your question has to do more with what prophets do. And that's an area where I have very little knowledge. Being prophetic and talking about what, as Shakespeare says, you cannot see, the house construction phase. I think that I am really disturbed by other issues, far more than the one you are saying. I'm disturbed by the fact that there does not appear to have been so much difference between June 12th and today. The things that happened long ago are still happening. I am not happy about that. But I want to make one or two comments first. The first is that I've seen so many things here today, like acclaim the winner. I think that word is wrong. Yes, and we should stop acclaim. There's nothing like acclaim. The man won hands down. He even defeated his opponent in the opponent's constituency, in his own state of Kano. It was clear. Everybody saw it. And all this talk about acclaim should end. That's one. Two, I'm not convinced that we need to push too far to say, oh, somebody should declare Abiola president. It's not necessary because the person that can declare him is not there. There's no need to declare him. He is president. What we can do is to make it overwhelmingly clear that this man is responsible for democracy in Nigeria today. And that we can do by doing so many things in his honor. I agree that June 12 has honored him, but we have had leaders in this country who also did a few things that were good, and because of that, they were overwhelmingly honored. One of them is Murtala Mohammed. Anywhere you go, you see Murtala Mohammed. Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Murtala Mohammed Square, Murtala Mohammed Road in every state. So the man has been overwhelmingly honored. Honestly speaking, I think that in addition to June 12 reminding us of the sacrifices of Abiola, we should have something like Moshood Abiola Presidential Company, because he couldn't get there, so let his name be there. I think that when we do a thing like that, we will really have sorted out history and would have put behind us all this story about was he the winner, was he not the winner, and all of that. Because some of the things that happened with Abiola's politics and election results cannot be matched again. I doubt if this country can ever have a Muslim ticket for the presidential election, which Abiola did. And he went ahead and won. And Christians voted for him, knowing that he's a Muslim. Because you could see beyond the religion in him. Not like today, when every little thing you do, people are thinking, oh, you have put a Muslim here, you didn't put a Christian here, as if it's a religious conflict or a religious contest. We shouldn't have that. So for me, these are the things that have bothered me, and I am hoping that we can come back to the roots Abiola was putting us, so that we can have a nation that is making sense. Not the kind of things we see today, that 26 years after Abiola, our elections are still problematic. We have refused to do what other countries are doing. We are not following global realities. We are not applying technology because the politicians want to rig election, and they don't want those things that can stop them from rigging the election. So if we continue like that, we shall come to the prophecy that Kingsley wants me to make.
Okay.
You know?
Okay. I know you have touched on very critical issues. The fact that whether there's been a change, from what June 12th,
what Abiola
died for. But let me take the part of ending acclaimed, the adjective acclaimed, to when addressing late MKO. And my question is to Dr. Adeniyi. Do you consider the conferment of the highest national award, that's the GCFR on Abiola, as tacit recognition of him as the president?
If I want to give a yes and no answer, I'll just say yes. It's not just tacit; it's almost very obvious. That's the best you can do for him in the circumstance, because he's gone. He was denied a position that he won, and I'm very well too. Out of 40 million votes, he had 8. His opponent had 6 million votes, as it were, and we cannot overstate the fact that the election was a watershed. It was an election that undermined all the classifiers, all the dividers, that bedevil us as a country. When we talk about Muslim, Christian, region, tribe, etc., Muslim tickets running in the history of this country, coming against the time there was heavy controversy around OIC and all of that. So people privilege other factors around performance over ethnic or religious identity through that election. So if there's anything else that can be done apart from GCFR for him, if there's anything else that can be done apart from recognizing the day his election held, where he won, if there's anything else that can be done apart from honoring those who fought with him, I think it can always be done. We still have more years ahead of us. Today is the first day that we're marking June 12th as a Democracy Day. Next year is coming, other years are coming. We can begin to think through these things and see how much more honor we can give to this man. Because, it was a disappointment of monumental proportion. It was a failure of a nation to recognize the sense in doing good. It was one moment in the history of this nation, apart from the Civil War, where you say that people were emotionally, psychologically traumatized, and it didn't last over one day. It lasted over years, and it took time, it took thinking, it took consensus before we were able to negotiate our way through that trauma. It would have led to something worse, but we're just lucky as a nation that we survived it. It shows our resilience as a people, and it shows that with all hands continuously being on deck, we can continue to survive as a nation if we could survive that trauma, brought on us by some dictatorial mind who probably didn't want to go. And that's why I would slightly disagree with the respected professor, Professor Iradia. He said he's not a prophet, but I saw, sometimes of contrivance in the whole process. It was very easy to predict that somebody was not sincere about a transition program. Because of the way, policies were moving from one point to the other, because of the way changes were being introduced, you could just predict that, something sinister was going to happen. But finally, I remember very clearly the late Justice Basi Peme, who delivered the midnight judgment around 9:30. We were all in the court, in the small court in Zone 3 there. I would never really believe. And I remember Femi Falana shouting, with the loudest decibel possible at the pitch of his capability, and saying that, my Lord Justice, do not do this to this country. Do not suspend the release of this result. But the Justice, well of blessed memory, went ahead and gave ABN the order that the release of the election should be discontinued. All that is history now. We're talking about the significance of the day. But these are moments in the history of nations that you don't want to happen again. Nations go through trials. Empires go through trials. Societies go through trials. We've gone through our own, but it is more than salutary that today is being recognized. But the ultimate wish should be that, attempts, efforts should be made to prevent this kind of thing from happening
again.
You know, in the
I just wondering, you know, based on the points that you have raised, and which Professor Tony Radia also raised, in terms of, so look, 26 years later, that's a little over a quarter century later, the ideals of June 12 would appear not to have materialized in the integrity and conduct of our elections, in other words, our choice processes. It was there a nexus, Ibrahim Odibo, between what played out in terms of the support, devious support, some analysts would say, that led to the difficulty of actualizing June 12, which then became the issue after the annulment of the elections. And what we are seeing today, because they were all political actors. I mean, we knew them, you know, who were playing around at the time.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, and based on my experience as a reporter on the field, I strongly believe that, as Professor has rightly said and Dr. Adeni, June 12 was a watershed. It tried to look at Nigeria from a wider perspective. Here we had a country that was tired of the military. And at that point in time, Abiola came in handy. And honestly and sincerely, he did his best to aggregate the feelings of Nigerians. Nigerians came out en masse, despite the fact that it was a Muslim-Muslim ticket against Tofa's NRC that had a Christian and Muslim combination of Tofa and Sylvester Ugo. But they trounced Tofa. He trounced Tofa even at his backyard in Kano. 14.2 million people voted. Out of it, he had 58.2% of the votes. As at the time of the annulment, Abiola had 20 out of 30 states and the Federal Capital Territory under his control. Now, looking at from all parameters of democratic structure, from every, well, that is debatable, but as far as I'm concerned, as at that point in time, based on the facts available to me, it could be disputed or it could be challenged, but based on the facts available to me, there was this landslide victory that Abiola was coasting home. But because of forces of darkness, because of the fact that there are some cabal, so to say, that were anti-democratic and they didn't want the face of Abiola, they have stopped him from assuming the mantle of leadership. If I were to suggest today, in my personal opinion, I'll go a step further to say that the current president should rekindle June 12, because most of the dramatic personnel are still alive. Some of them are alive. Let us form a committee or let him put up a panel. Look at the issues, bring up all the issues, and bring out the real results so that we know that Abiola actually won this election. Because all this acclaimed and unacclaimed, as far as I'm concerned, there's a need for Nigerians to know their history. That is why today I always rely on Joyce Santayana, the famous philosopher and historian, who said, if experience is retained, infancy is always perpetual. Those that do not recall history are doomed to repeat it. Therefore, for us to sit and think of what has happened, we have to take a measure. If punishment is going to be meted to those that have torpedoed or truncated the June 12 process, let it be. Because so many countries, we've seen presidents that have ruled for 30, 40 years ago being brought to justice for their crime to humanity. We had a president that was highly respected, whose love for humanity found its deepest and most profound expression in his commitment to social justice and kindness for mankind. Therefore, history is there. What is happening today, as far as I'm concerned, is different from what has happened in June 12. I may disagree with Professor Tony Radia that what is happening today is like, no, it's not. As far as I'm concerned, there's improvement. We have gone a step further. Because if you look at democracy as it is today, it's only this current president that gave the latitude to states or elections being won by opposition. What we had in 1999 under President Olusegun Obasanjo was more of a mob democracy, where if once you get the ticket of PDP, it is as free and fair that you won this election.
Okay.
So let me just land.
Yes.
And honestly and sincerely, I strongly believe that there's credibility now to the electoral process because we've seen opposition winning even at the back. I mean, currently, if you look at what has happened in these elections, who will ever think that the PDP would have won so many states of the APC. Nobody. Okay. And also, just to learn, I strongly believe that as of 1999, when Obasanjo came onto power, he had the singular honor and privilege of correcting this misnomer. But unfortunately, Abiola was his kinsman, classmate, and also they came from the same state.
Okay, I'm forced to pause you.
Yes.
Madam
But wasn't that a consideration of the power brokers at the time in springing him from jail and then making him a presidential candidate to assuage the Southwest?
Exactly. It was to assuage the Southwest. So I just strongly believe that he would have used that singular opportunity to have rekindled the spirit of June 12 by at least declaring Abiola had been the president, has won the president. But unfortunately, I think because maybe Abiola
I have to pause.
was more handsome.
I have to pause. We want to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Chief. Good morning, sir. You are here already?
No. Now my spirit day, my body day for house. What kind of question is that? Were you not the one that fixed this meeting for 8 a.m.? You are now coming by 10 a.m. and start asking me jab questions.
But Chief, now, I'm sorry. Don't you also go late for meetings sometimes? You know now, African time thing.
No more African time. And no more pancaking of face during office hours. At the end of the day, we will lose valuable time. We will not make progress. If we want to move this nation forward, we must treat business as business and respect time. Change begins with me.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry. Can we go for the meeting now, Chief?
Later.
This message is brought to you by the National Orientation Agency in conjunction with the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
Residents of the FCT are hereby advised of diversions at the Eagle Square for the June 12, 2019 Democracy Day celebration. Diversion A, Water Board, Deeper Life Junction. Diversion B, Aso Drive by DSS Headquarters, DPO, Mpape. Diversion C, FCDA by Finance Headquarters. Diversion D, by Yelsa House. Diversion E, National Assembly. Diversion F, Ghana Transcorp Hilton Junction. Diversion G, Niletel Junction by Amadou Bello Way. Diversion H, Crew Mohammed by Benway House Plaza. Diversion I, NNPC Tower. Diversion J, Federal Secretariat Phase 3 under the bridge. Diversion K, Behind Foreign Affairs under the bridge. Diversion L, FCDA by POA. Diversion M, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan Expressway, intersection into Free Arm Zone. And then
flyover by Jais Bank.
The road closure will be in effect from Tuesday, June 11, 2019 by 12 midnight to Wednesday, June 12, 2019 by 3 p.m. Motorists are please advised to make use of other alternative routes. Boss Mustafa, Secretary to the Government of the Federation and Chairman, Presidential Planning Committee for the June 12, 2019 National Democracy Day celebration.
All right, you're still watching Good Morning Nigeria. We're looking at the significance and importance of today, June 12th. Of course, we're celebrating as our first National Democracy Day. And just to acknowledge a call from Professor Rhythmic from Ile-Ife. Of course, he's telling us that Professor Awe is still alive. I don't think anyone, of course, mentioned that or said that Professor Awe we mentioned anything about Professor Awe, but we're glad that she's still alive. I want to thank you, Professor Rhythmic, for letting us into that. Now, let's go to...
No, sorry, Claire, let me say this again. I didn't say that, Professor... What I said was that Professor Abiola, where Professor Emeritus of History, was the one who was challenged on that occasion by a prominent lady in the country who now is deceased. And it wasn't Professor Abiola that I said was deceased. She's still alive. It is that prominent Nigerian lady who is deceased. She passed away, almost 10 years ago by December this year.
All right, Professor Tony Radia, and of course, gentlemen and lady. The policies and programs encapsulated in the Hope 93, agenda. Looking at it since then and now, has there been indications of change in a democratic process. I think Professor Tony talked about, you teed off that earlier on, and you wanted to make some clarifications.
I was trying to just add a little to what Modibo was saying. You know, in those days, Modibo was a journalist alone, just only a journalist. So if he said this then, I would not say anything. Today he's a politician, so I wanted to say one or two things. First and foremost, I wanted to add a little to what he said, which I think is one of the reasons that people are still in doubt as to whether or not Abiola had actually won. Because he said 20 states. That's not true. At that time, there were 30 states. We only had one state remaining. One. Now, this may not have been known to the public. But remember that it was an option A4 process, where results are announced at the spot. So in all the states, results had been announced. The fact that they had not reached Abuja did not mean that those results were not known. The results were known. Apart from Taraba, there was no result that had not even reached Abuja and had been moderated and agreed upon by both sides. So really, there was nothing there. And that state that remained, the electoral commissioner, the late Professor Pius Sada, was delivering his result when we were stopped. Right? And that was even an SDP state. So there is no dispute as to those things. Besides, I said earlier that we went to the Court of Appeal in Kaduna, where we tried to stop government from doing what it eventually did. And we were asked to submit evidence of what we're talking about. And so the result was attached in an affidavit to the court, and it became a public document. We don't even need to set up any committee to look for that result. Besides, Professor Humphrey Wosu is still alive. He has written a book. In that book, there's a schedule there that shows the results. The results are known. It's a waste of energy to go and say you want to go and do that. So that's one. Two, like I said, Modibo was talking about probably his party and was saying that there has been improvement. That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that the process is still untidy. We can create a system that makes rigging virtually impossible. That's what I'm talking about. Besides, as an observer, I distinguish President Buhari from the party. They are not the same at all. President Buhari is not the same as the APC. He's the APC candidate, the APC winner, and all of that, but he's very different from APC because when you listen to him talking and you listen to APC talking, you will see a wide difference. When people will say, for example, that if you go to court against the party, we are going to deal with you. The next day, you will see the president somewhere saying, anybody who is aggrieved should go to the court. All right? You will see somebody has been suspended. Okorocha suspended. Amosu suspended in Ogun State. And you see the president going to those states to go and commission projects, thereby nullifying those suspensions. Right? The whole idea of the politicians wanting to change things all over and over again, Buhari is not for that. It's clear. You don't have to like him to accept that that is the position. So I'm not talking about whether Buhari is good or is not good. What I'm talking about is the electoral process. Has it improved? It cannot improve if we are just following the same manual process that we used 26 years ago. That is my point. If we are still having a process that is supposedly secured by policemen, we are wasting our time because we have seen evidence that policemen also are part of those creating the problems. We see it on TV. It's not about me saying it. These days of electronic transfer and transmission, you can see what is happening. You can see what police and security agencies were doing. So it's obvious. Now, that comes to the point you have asked. Hope 93 and today, are they the same? They are not the same. That's my point. And I would think that we should make progress. We should go beyond where we were 26 years ago. We should recognize that Nigeria is a nation. And all of us cannot be politicians. If all of us are politicians, there will be no person to produce food. So we must recognize farmers. We must recognize other professionals. This whole idea of politicizing everything we do is going to put us in trouble. And that's the point I am making. The politicians have to tone down. And the only way to do it is to sanitize the electoral process. And then tame the politicians who are making all this force that makes election a war in Nigeria. Election should not be a war. It should be a game, as it is elsewhere. And if we do it that way, I think that we'll be making a lot of progress. We'll be having all of these things that we're having now. Yesterday, we had National Assembly election. How many people were involved? Maybe 500. But those of us who live in Abuja, we could not go anywhere. They locked up all over the whole place. You know, it was like war. What is it? Members of the National Assembly electing their own leader among themselves? How does that concern the rest of us? Why do we have to spend so much energy idling away in this country when others are busy producing? So we have to develop.
All right. Professor Tony Radia, thank you very much. Let's bring in again Rinshola Abiola. Well, on account of what transpired over a period of 25 years and what we are seeing today now, the commemoration of June 12 as Nigeria's first Democracy Day, what's your disposition to politics and democracy?
I happen to be very politically active. In fact, I ran for a seat in Parliament at the previous elections. Didn't make it, but it was a very enlightening experience. I've been in active politics since 2013 or thereabouts, so I'm quite young. So that, to me, that's a lifetime. To you, it's probably just like a day. But I believe that we have to. For those of us who are inclined towards politics, it's always a good idea to be politically active. And for citizens who may not want to participate from the political end, we have to be active. It's often said that eternal vigilance is the price of freedom. And this is a democracy that was hard fought. We all know how much it cost us to achieve liberty for our people. And for that reason, citizens need to be more involved in the process of governance, in the process of elections. And this actually ties into something that Professor Tony Radia was talking about just now. Yes, I must give it to INEC for they've been able to introduce some reforms or some initiatives. For instance, the idea of having voting points in addition to polling units, so it's easier for people to vote, card readers to reduce fraud and things like that. But at the same time, there are a couple of issues that affect convenience, so to speak. There are lots of people who are not registered to vote. There are others who registered but have difficulty picking up their PVCs. So we need to do as much as possible to, one, engage in civic education, also to tackle the issue of voided votes. In the last elections, there were about 1.3 million void votes in the country. In 2015, we had 844,000 void votes. So it's quite a lot. So it's one thing for our people to come out and vote, but they don't even know how to vote. That's also going to affect the integrity of the process. So we need to do as much as we can to step up the civic education and also put that the awareness in our people that voting is a civic responsibility. It is your constitutional duty, and you should take it seriously because you have to be involved in how to choose our leaders. It's what the many heroes of our democracy fought for, and we must honor them by continuing to be active, to hold our leaders to account, to monitor the process, and to do all we can to see to it that our democracy survives.
In terms of doing away with rigging enablers, within the democratic process, how much do you think? What was your experience in the last election?
I think we've actually moved, at least in some areas, from violent ballot snatching, where people come with guns, shoot into the crowd. We've moved away from that, and I think the big problem now is vote buying. And there are some people who argue, rather mischievously, that vote buying is not a crime in and of itself. However, the Electoral Act has clauses pertaining to inducement and, of course, bribing people on the day of the election. So these are provisions that need to be enforced. I've always been of the opinion that our challenge is not a lack of laws. It's falling short when it comes to implementation. And that also comes into law enforcement agencies ensuring that they exercise a constitutional mandate to bring people who are flouting our electoral laws, bring them to book. That's the only way that we can put an end to all these practices. And in areas where violence is the norm, we do have some pockets of violence in elections these days. But I'm hopeful that with more stringent regulations, that make it obvious that when such infractions occur, the results from those areas will not count. We should see a reduction in that. And of course, ensuring that people who engage in electoral violence are brought to justice. That's also very important.
All right, Richola, thank you very much. We have a number of tweets that have come in torrents, of course. We are going to have to just go through them. This is Badamasi H. Adamu. June 12 is a day when Nigeria, or was a day when Nigeria came out en masse, voted without religious or tribal consideration for the candidate of their choice. And it was also the most credible, free and fair election. Above all, it's a day we could have a new birth of freedom.
And Chris Simeon, it's not about June 12 or May 29. What every Nigerian wants to see is the real dividend of democracy. Look at the high rate of banditry, kidnapping, hardship in the country.
Ruben Oba says our leaders should emulate MKO, not just by observing the day. If our previous leaders had him in mind, Nigeria would have been better for all of us. Thanks to President Buhari for this day to come through.
And Shakiro tweets, June 12, now New Democracy Day, one of the most significant days in line with South African history. More lessons to learn, more information, more video to support the true story. June attracts compassion to the world.
Sonny Michael Amakojo, June 12 no doubt symbolizes both sadness and joy. Joy because MK Abiola is being commemorated in his death as the true winner of the June 12, 1993 election. And sad, on the other hand, that the election which was adjudged freest was never allowed to stand. May the souls of those who died for this rest in peace.
And Festus Akimboye, although the number of registered political parties in our country is too high, but we must continue to encourage participatory democracy if we must have a secure and prosperous society.
Well, he continues, our Democracy Day must be about Nigerians. We must stop blaming all our country's problems on a particular group of people. Rather, government must adopt citizen-based approach that democracy implies if we must have a long-term, stable and effective government.
And Musa Muhammad Hadejia, inauguration of June 12 as Democracy Day shows that Nigeria is heading to next level of conducting free, fair and credible elections.
This is coming from MK Santuraki. It says, I wish you could bring in Professor Nwosu, that's Humphrey Nwosu, the then NEC chairman, Babagana Kingibe, that's Ambassador Kingibe, and Alhaji Bashir Tofa on as guests on your program. I'm sure we'll attempt that going forward. Thank you very much for the suggestion.
All right, Comrade Ngala tweets, MKO Abiola is a man of peace and justice. We will not forget him in our memory. May his gentle soul rest in perfect peace.
Tweet number 3 here, that's the set of tweets coming from Rhoda. This one, that's the handle, says, at the time in 1993, I was just 9 years old. Growing up, I heard so much about MKO, and I feel the need to ask a private question because I don't seem to buy the idea of making today Democracy Day. Looking at the faces of those elders in the studio, I feel they know what we don't know. I want to begin with the distant ancestor, most respectfully, Professor Tony Radia. Well, of course, I think our guests have spoken. At one point, I mean, we keep to learn lessons from June 12. I just want to throw this in because there are many perspectives to all of it. But just one thing to underscore. June 12 wasn't just the annulment. It wasn't just the election and the annulment. It set into motion a series of almost catastrophic events, politically and economically. Take a look at the indices of Nigeria's economy before the June 12 crisis and after the June 12 crisis. Capital flights that we are witnessing today started on a horrendous note. People relocating, and today you want to go abroad or XYZ, it all started with June 12 because the country was deemed to be unstable. And the crisis didn't just stop in 1993, came on up to 1994. Abacha, of course, had seized power by 1993 after he sacked as Shoreko. And the crisis went on and on. Newspapers were banned and unbanned, proscribed and proscribed. Persons, of course, suffered all kinds of losses. So the economic perspective is there, which of course we don't have enough time to talk about today. And all of those issues that we are seeing now, it wasn't just the fact that Absalami then came and then handed over power. The hangover effect, continues to live with us. The Abacha which we are talking about might never have occurred if there was no June 12. But the annulment of June 12. But Professor Tony Radia, you talked about some points as to, say, look, suggestions as to what steps need to be taken further. If you recall, it wasn't as if nothing had been suggested in the past. The National Assembly, under the current Fourth Republic, had proposed, and I think they passed a motion, if I recall, naming the National Stadium here in Abuja after MK Abiola, who was also a pillar of sport in Africa. But somehow the executive branch didn't buy into this. And that was because there was this lingering mindset that, okay, June 12 wasn't something that we could acknowledge. What do we need to overcome to realize part of the suggestions that you've talked about, like naming the villa after him?
What we need to overcome is the despondency and our refusal to have a free mind, to have an open heart, to accept the greatness of other people. I think that's number one. Secondly, we need to recognize the difference between Democracy Day celebration and democracy. A celebration is just one day. Democracy is forever. And what is democracy? It's not the thing that, a lot of people do definitions. For me, the best way to understand democracy is to break it down to its features. What are the features of democracy? For me, there are like about 5. One is sovereignty of the people. Second one is the rule of law. Third one is elections, that must be free and fair. Fourth one, majority rule. And last, protection of minority rights. Now, can we do these things in Nigeria? Have we been doing them? Do we have the sovereignty of the people? The sovereignty of the people means that everything done is done on behalf of the people, is done with their consent. Can we say today that our leaders are doing things with our consent? Is it your consent, for example, that those of us who have worked for 35 years, we retire, we are given a fraction of our salary, and it doesn't come regularly, and then a governor whose longest term in office is 8 years takes 300% of his annual salary for life? Is that our consent? Are we doing that for the people, or we're doing it for the leaders? So these are the kinds of things I think we need to look. Now, the rule of law. The rule of law talks about equality of all citizens. Nobody shall be above the law. Everybody shall be treated equally. Does that happen? If it doesn't happen, what is responsible for it? Do we have free and fair elections? I am not saying that there has been no improvement. As a matter of fact, I was one of the very first to write articles in favor of the present chairman of INEC, who stood his grounds over Zamfara, which shows that some people are really standing to their job. But you see, it is not strong men that we need in INEC. Or rather, it's not only strong men that we need. We need the strong institutions. We need a process that is virtually, free to do the work properly. Otherwise, you begin to have some of these things. And who are the people we should be talking to? We should be talking to the Clares and the Kingsley Osadolo, who are still in active service, because the media has a major role to play in ensuring that democracy is strengthened in Nigeria. And the media does not appear to be on top of that because of so many reasons, which we can see. So if we can do some of those things, you find that is one group. Then we have the judiciary. With due respect, there are very many good judges. But today, except your case gets to the Supreme Court, you can't be too sure that you get the correct judgment. The last time I saw one judgment, I was very upset because there was this idea of, people who cause inconclusive elections. Who are they? They are people who just cancel certain votes and create and stimulate a situation of inconclusiveness. Now, the thing goes to court. Instead of the court dealing with the issue, they started looking at the register of the judge that came. This one didn't attend. This one attended. Was that the case? Was that what we are looking for? So we need to get these institutions to do their job.
All right, Professor Radio, thanks a lot.
Dr.
Adeni, yes, your closing thoughts.
Yeah, very well. You see, June 12, the annulment of June 12 election destroyed our sense of good, our sense of value, prevented us from appreciating what is good in governance and civil processes. And it's a shame that it happened under a military regime. What it means is that democracy is a choice system of government that we must continue to do everything possible to preserve if we want to develop as a nation.
Ibrahim Modibo,
Thank you very much for this opportunity. As a vice presidential candidate in the last elections, let me use this opportunity to pay tribute to all the great men and women that laid their lives under June 12 to make this democracy a reality. Because if there was no June 12, there wouldn't have been democracy today.
Thank you. Reisola.
Well, for me, I would say June 12 signifies unity. People came together from across the country to vote for who they wanted, irrespective of whether both the presidential candidate and his vice were Muslims or not. So that is something that we need to always remember. No matter how things could get, we should always remember that there was a point in our history when we're very united, and we should always strive to get back to that.
Thank you, Reisola Abiola, daughter of late Chief MKO Abiola. I would like to thank you for your time on Good Morning Nigeria. Let me also appreciate Ibrahim Modibo, veteran journalist and politician. Thank you very much also. And Dr. Abiodun Adeniji, Associate Professor of Mass Communication, Bayes University. Many thanks to you. And Professor, former DG, Professor Tony Iradia, thank you very much for coming. And that's Good Morning Nigeria for today. We thank you for watching. Let's now hand you over to Omini Odein, who is in our studio. If we can have him there, he is. Omini, it's over to you. And, of course, continue with the Democracy Day proceedings from your end.
Just before Omini does that, just to remind our viewers that Good Morning Nigeria is signing off now, but the program returns tomorrow, same time, 7 o'clock in the morning. My name is Kingsley Osadolo.
Thank you so much, Kingsley and Claire, and the team of guests who sustained that very insightful discussion there on June 12 and Nigeria's democracy. It continues here and on the network service of the NTA. We shall sustain that for the rest of the time. Democracy activities sustains from the Eagle Square. We shall be doing studio and Eagle Square. We have a full complement of our colleagues who are there to bring us up to speed of developments there. In the studio, I have Professor Nuhu Yakub. Professor Nuhu Yakub is a former Vice Chancellor, University of Abuja, former Vice Chancellor, Secretary University, and he's a Professor of Political Science. Thanks for joining me on Democracy Day Studios.
Thank you very much.
And for information, Professor Yakub was the interim National Secretary of the Social Democratic Party shortly after June 12 was annulled. Once again, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Well, let's not go too deep into it because we shall be doing a just oppose studio and Eagle Square more quickly. 26 years after, a lot has been described.
That's right.
A riddle that is difficult to resolve. One moment that challenged the progressive minds of Nigerians. That was the point when Nigeria was adjudged to be most united compared to now. So, blazing the trail, first nationally celebrated Democracy Day in Nigeria. What are your comments?
Well, I think I will, having also served as a participant in the process of the June 12 elections, I want to say that I wholeheartedly welcome the decision to actually fix Democracy Day on the historic day when the election that was annulled took place. In fact, the election that was considered to be the freest, fair, and it was actually going to create new history for Nigeria in the sense that here we are, we had a candidate who, the candidate of the SDP that eventually has been declared the winner of the election, whose running mate was also a Muslim, who had a Muslim ticket. And Nigerians actually looked blind to that fact and went ahead to vote. To the extent also that the candidate won, defeated his opponent of the NRC in his own state. So I think that this country has actually, we have actually gone full circle if you look at June 12. And also, the fact that it has now been, sanctified as the day when we should celebrate the democratic process in this country, I think is something that every patriotic Nigerian should welcome.
Okay, if you go to East Africa, Rwanda precisely, you find billboards everywhere telling you, think about our genocide, think progress. So if I ask you now, we're talking about Democracy Day now, it's been established now.
Yes.
June 12th, from henceforth, is Democracy Day.
That's right.
Everything is history. We have had buck passing, several decisions, but a bold step has been taken by this administration and officially instituted it as Democracy Day. So what strong symbol should we have globally or nationally when we say Democracy Day in Nigeria?
Well, the public holiday is a significant milestone and decision that has been taken, and it's also, it's also a process, that symbolizes, what was the essence of a June 12th, election date. Beyond that, I think also here in Abuja, Abiola's has been a street has been named after Marshal Abiola, and also, he has been conferred with even posthumously the national honor of that is also only reserved for presidents of this country. These are all good, but I think as Tony Radia was saying on NTA a little while ago, he said, something more, also very symbolic also should be named after Abiola. He suggested, Aso Villa, to be arrested. But I will not go that far. But I think also if we can get, for instance, an airport, named after him, or a building that's actually, even the National Assembly, I wouldn't mind if you say Abiola, Marshal Abiola National Assembly, to actually completely now, completely now, historicize. Yeah. Yes, the Democracy Day.
Okay, as we said, there's a build-up already, and from the pictures we can see from Eagle Square, it's as though we're about to start. Let's hear what the update is like from Nnamdi and Victor, who are standing by to give us an update. Hello, Nnamdi.
Well, like we said earlier, the excitement is gradually building. It's just a few minutes past 9 already, but the Eagle Square is beginning to fill up with guests, of course, guests from across the country. We've seen delegations, representations from several states already on ground. We do expect that a lot more would come in. But of course, a lot of guests did come into Abuja from yesterday when we saw the traffic, the influx of people into Abuja for today's event. And let me also say this very quickly. We've seen a couple of dignitaries that's visiting heads of states come in and they were directed into the presidential box here at the Eagle Square. Of course, that's where these dignitaries, visiting dignitaries from other states, would be seated. Well, it looks like we just had one of them arrived. If I'll ask the camera to pan a bit to my right, it looks like we have a visiting dignitary just arrived, and he's just about to get the salute. It does look that way. I can tell from where I am right now. I'm quite some distance away from the presidential box, but I want to think that someone has just arrived. We would try and get our facts clear, and we'll come back to you on that. Like we did say earlier when we came to you, there will be the customary military parade, and there will be the salute and a lot more to commemorate today's events, the National Democracy Day. We expect that the president would arrive this venue sometime before 10 a.m. Exactly, to be more precise, the president is anticipated to arrive at the venue exactly at 10 a.m. and that would signal the official beginning of today's event. Victor, what's your impression so far of the build-up to the president's arrival?
Well, the build-up has been no less than anticipated because it's a great shift, talking about from May 29 on to June 12 as Democracy Day. Of course, this is the maiden edition, and it's not something we have had before. And so you expect that a lot of people will grace this occasion, both local and international. Already I've seen quite a number of them, immediate past ministers. I saw the Minister of Defense and a couple others. I saw government officials, and I've also seen a few of the Abiola family members. I've seen Jamu, I've seen Hafsat, which tells you that they are also body and soul into this whole thing. And so you've seen students lining up, they are all part of it. It's a unifying day, it's a unifying factor for all Nigerians at this time, and those who had to pay one price or the other in the build-up to this day, spanning a whole 26 years. I'm sure they will be looking back and saying, well, it wasn't for nothing.
All right, well, Omi.
Bamdi, before I let you go, we know we anticipated an inaugural speech from Mr. President on May 29th. So are we expecting a Democracy Day speech today?
Of course, Omini. It's already been designated as the Democracy Day address. And so we expect that the president, they've lined up a couple of activities to last for about 2 hours, 10 minutes for today. Somewhere in between that 2 hours and 10 minutes, the president is expected to deliver what's been described as a Democracy Day address. Of course, this would encapsulate, like Victor did in Fair earlier, of course, some of the president's core objective and agenda for his administration in the coming 4 years.
If you ask me from the studio end there, I feel as though today we have made history. I can imagine how those were born and alive and adults on Independence Day in Nigeria. And today I remember vividly where I was on June 12, 1993. Where were you and Victor on June 12, 1993?
Well, Claire said the exact same thing, or rather asked the exact same question this morning. Victor, will you please just tell Omini where you were on June 12, 1993?
Omini, I was way into my secondary education, and so June 12 is no stranger to me, neither am I. And I was in Lagos. Of course, I was born in Lagos, and I was in Lagos when the election was held, when the election was annulled, and I have a vivid, idea of what happened and the agitation that followed, the protests and all of that, and the governments that followed from forcing the junta out, handing over to Shoneko, and from Shoneko on to the late General Sani Abacha, from where we got to 1999, which has signaled the 20 years of unbroken democracy that we have enjoyed.
For me, I think it's even more significant to try to recall the ambience of the day on June 12, 1993. And I can assure you that I can remember vividly how I felt on that day. I'll be honest with you, I did not cast my vote on the said day, but I would have if I wanted to, but of course I did not have my voter's registration card at that point in time. But I would be able to give you a semblance of how it felt, how that day did feel for people who went out. Of course, my parents went out, and I was with my mom when she was walking to our polling booth, and I could see the excitement on people's faces. I mean, it was, you could almost feel how excited the voters were. And like I did tell Claire and Kingsley earlier in the morning, this was as a result of what had happened in previous years, the number of times that they had postponed the elections, and the feeling building amongst Nigerians, the anticipation that at last the military was going to hand over power to a civilian, a democratically elected government, and so the people were quite excited to be part of history. I think that captured the spirit of the day, and that, for me, it's even more significant, Omini.
Well, Nambi and Victor, thank you. We'll get back to you as soon as the proceedings at Eagle Square are set. And I believe Nigerians are up to watch a beautiful ceremony marking the trailblazer of Democracy Day in Nigeria. Back in the studio, Prof, you heard my colleagues from Eagle Square.
That's right.
And I must say, what does this mean to Nigerians who were maybe...
Will have actually been reserved for today.
Okay.
It didn't happen.
Okay.
But, it's historic justice that has been done to the process called June 12th. And I think every Nigerian should be very happy. As I said, I was the National Interim Caretakers Secretary, Caretaker Committee. I was the secretary of the SDP. We are the ones that actually, carry out the primary, that eventually brought Abiola, to. I remember when we went to Jos, for the convention, it was not successful, and we had to set a new date, sometime in April, and it was in Sheraton here in Abuja that we were able to hold a successful convention in which Abiola emerged as the presidential candidate of SDP at that time. So, for me personally, therefore, the fact that, the process was truncated, it was annulled, and we never had, the experience of what it would have been had what would have been the presidency of Abiola's type had he been, announced the victor. For me, therefore, it's like, history repeating itself. Today, we are celebrating the Democracy Day, and even though Abiola is not even alive, he was unable to click or exercise the mandate given to him by the people. I think that historic justice has been done, and therefore everybody should be very happy.
Okay.
That way, yeah.
In its wisdom, then administration, in the process of midwifing a democratic process, came up with a political bureau that came up with a timetable that ended up in the annulment of June 12th. It didn't come to be. Now, Democracy Day has been institutionalized.
Yeah.
Should there be a challenge to the academia, including you? For instance, the man at the center of affairs described the annulment as unfortunate. He went on to say that he would launch a book on the saga the following year. Will it be right to say that there should be something on democracy and June 12th in Nigeria as a symbol for Nigerians?
Well, I'm sure, quite a number of publications, if we are talking in terms of publication, academic...
now that it's been institutionalized, legalized.
Yeah, I'm sure, I'm a member of the Nigerian Political Science Association. One of the things that will likely happen is that if, because of the years since the annulment took place, Nigerian Political Science Association has not been able to document this. This is a golden opportunity to do so. But I'm sure that, quite a number. For instance, there was a book that actually came out shortly after the annulment of June 12, Democracy Without End. And this was an edited work, quite a number of, Nigerian scholars, contributed, chapters. It was edited by Larry Diamond and Professor Oyedram. So, people, quite a number of historical documentation of the phenomenon has actually been done. But now that it has, to use your word, has been institutionalized.
Yes, because before now we had buck passing.
Yes, that's right.
We would do, but now
it has been institutionalized. Something certainly is going to come up. But don't also forget that Professor Henry Nwosu has also come up with his own interpretation of the phenomenon that took place. And it's a major, piece. And of course, also it was coming from an insider point of view.
Maybe let me just reinforce this.
Yes.
If you mention D-Day in the UK.
Yes.
Very symbolic.
That's right.
Now, I want it to get to a point, like I said earlier too, if you go to Rwanda, Kigali precisely, you find billboards.
Yeah.
Think genocide, think progress.
Okay.
Now, could we see something from your perspective? Think Democracy Day, think June 12th, think progress in Nigeria. Can we have something like that where maybe a child in his infancy now, 20 years after, if that child hears Democracy Day in Nigeria, he or she can vividly tell you what it was, how it was, as though he or she was available.
No, I think the most important thing to emphasize here is that, again, I use your word, it has been institutionalized. It's now in law. It's a law. We have to observe it. It's a day of holiday. In fact, when I was coming to the studio a little while ago, the entire Abuja roads were deserted. You know, the areas I passed through. Unlike what will happen at this peak hour of the day, I barely, except of course, because of the closure of some points towards the Eagle Square, and that actually forced me to go to AY way from my house before I could get to this place. But the point, therefore, is that people, from now onwards, we'll be having Democracy Day, which is a public holiday. People will take time off to reflect on the journey so far. But I think the important thing, that we will have to lesson that we have to learn from this is, one, how do we sustain this democracy? Because what we are still having, look at the fiasco that took place in Zamfara State, for instance, when an entire, the entire result of the gubernatorial election, as well as state house, the entire, electoral results, including, the National Assembly results, had to be put aside by the Supreme Court.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have a team of commentators, the outside broadcast team, who are supposed to be giving us, bringing it up to speed, minute-by-minute updates. We can see from the signals that the service chiefs, I can see the Chief of Army Staff, Chief of Air Staff, the Inspector General of Police, Chief of Naval Staff, taking the salute at the dais there, meaning there's a build-up to the beginning of Democracy Day celebration at the Eagle Square. Maybe at this point, I would say if our team of commentators are ready from the outside broadcast, we go to them, but when they are not through, we come back to you. Now, Prof, this is happening today.
Yeah.
And this is a trailblazer, more or less. What can you think about maybe subsequently? Should it be about this? Can we use subsequent ones to record to maybe assess milestones?
This is the point I was trying to stress, that,
yes.
It has already become, it's public holiday. It is accepted. It's going to be observed, and generations upon generations that will come, subsequently, will actually, be, indoctrinated into what happened. How did it happen? At what point did we decide that this is something that, is so important in our national history? And it has now been accepted. So I'm saying that, it's like you have, you establish an institution. Let's say a government comes up and sets up a university. This university becomes an institution for as long as we will have students who will go to attend the institution. So we are going to be celebrating it every year. And therefore, generation like, somebody who is a toddler, or, is a kid now, doesn't know anything about it, but in the next, 10, 15 years, the individual will now know that, this is a date we have set aside to actually celebrate the process, the aspiration of Nigerians to have democratic governance. To have democratic governance. And what I will expect also is that people, now that we have actually, selected a very important, historical conjuncture in the country's history, it should actually be something that challenges us every year. What is it that how have we gone? It's the process. Democracy is a process, right? How is it that, from June 12, 2019, right, to June 12, 2021, June 12, 2021, and so on and so forth, what milestones have we achieved? Are we having internal, for instance, the political parties? Are we having internal democracy in the political parties? Are we sure that this, as I was trying to say just now, the fiasco that took place in Zamfara will never repeat itself? In which case, it will get to the Supreme Court to reverse, an electoral result that has actually been accepted. Those who are supposed to have been elected have been given their letters of, they have been giving the letters of return and so on and so forth. If we do not begin to take steps to map out what progress we are making, then the essence of even declaring June 12th a Democracy Day and to be observed as publicly will
ultimately the president and commander-in-chief will arrive at the venue of the ceremony, and by this time we'll shut down the studio and listen to what will happen there. Okay. But in the interim, we'll still be doing a jigsaw, Eagle Square and studio. Back in the studio, during Good Morning Nigeria, a couple of issues were raised by the guests, and one fundamental thing the guests said during Good Morning Nigeria was the fact that June 12th election are just the most friendly, the freest ever in Nigeria, and it was a Muslim ticket, and nobody saw an issue with that. No. So when we come back from Eagle Square, we'll look at politics, religion, and governance in Nigeria, because that is a major problem currently. But quickly, Nnamdi and Victor are up again. If they can hear me, where are we right now? Okay, they are not here. So let's look at it from that perspective. Politics, religion, and governance in Nigeria. Where did we get it wrong somewhere along the line?
I think it's a tripartite issue. Politics, yes, religion, yes, and ethnicity. Yes. Then, of course, we have got it wrong, right from, one could say it started even, before independence. But I think, at a point, when Babangida was president of this country and he set up the political bureau, and we came up with, a two-party system recommendation that was accepted. Now, Nigerians, a lot of us, even including my colleagues in academia, we were all criticizing, this diktat.
Okay, we'll conclude on that. Yeah. Let's go to Eagle Square, where Nnamdi and Victor are standing by to give us an update where we are from Eagle Square. Nnamdi.
Thank you. You've talked about June 12, 1993. Earlier, you were quite specific on the day and where we were and what transpired on the day. So I'll do a solid one now and bring you someone who was actually, who is in the thick or was in the thick of events surrounding June 12, 1993. In fact, it was on ground prior to the emergence of Chief MKO Abiola as the presidential candidate of the SDP. Please, sir, would you just come in? Please, sir, just come this way. All right. Okay. So, Omini, this is Alhaji Alilu Bala Usman. He was the chairman organizing committee for the SDP convention, which took place in Jos, which produced Chief MKO Abiola as presidential candidate of the Social Democratic Party, SDP. So would you just give us a sense of what transpired on the convention venue on the day of this event?
Well, thank you very much. We have to start by thanking Almighty God, Almighty Allah, that made it possible for us to witness this reopening of the old chapter by Baba. During the convention, I doubled as deputy governor as well as in charge of the venue that produced late Mashood Abiola as the flag bearer of the Social Democratic Party, SDP, in Jos. I remember there were two political parties by then. The government of the day under IBP produced NRC and SDP. So I was in SDP, and I was part and parcel of nurturing even the SDP, because I was one of the appointed administrative secretaries of the two political parties. So during the convention, it was very peaceful, and he emerged the winner among candidates like Baba Gana Kingibe say Baba was also a candidate. Professor Jerry Gana was also a candidate. I cannot remember now because of age.
When you look at it in retrospect now, and you look at what happens in or during conventions, national conventions of political parties in Nigeria now, what was different at the time? How would you say? Would you say it was much better back in the day than it is right now?
Of course, it was better, and it was better in the sense that people were allowed to choose the candidate of their choice, and irrespective of religion, ethnicity, and what have you. That election, the primary was well contested, and after the contest, Chief Abiola became the candidate, and then one of the next candidates, Baba Gana Kingibe, was picked as his running mate, notwithstanding that the two of them are Muslims. Muslim ticket, there was campaign over that, notwithstanding Nigerians picked late Mashood Abiola among other candidates, the candidate of the other party, the NRC. So people were freer in selection their candidate, and the selection of two political parties by the government at that day, if it was allowed to continue, it would have given more credibility of the performance of democracy in Nigeria.
Victor, you want to chip in here?
No, I was going to say, did you envisage for once a fraction of what we have seen in the past 26 years leading up to this day? Did you envisage that elections will be annulled, that Mashood Abiola would win, and that elections will be cancelled and there will be protests, to the extent that we'll have to now agitate for 26 years to recognize June 12 as Democracy Day?
Nobody envisaged that, because with that, if it was allowed to continue, democracy would have been better than now. Because nobody will annul any election, and even those protesting to the courts and what tribunal wouldn't have been, because the party to the people will be made easier. Everybody will see it. The transparency on the election, would have been better. So Baba has tried now to reopen it by recognizing the winner of the election. We wish he is alive, and I don't know how it will even be reopened.
But very quickly, Elijah, before.
Lost our position on that day. It was not only the Junto, not Baba Abiola that, the government abolished the structures. The two structures they established, they abolished, and by extension, the occupants of the offices. Because as I said, I was the deputy governor by then. Both my governor and myself, not only in our state, the whole 29 states, they dissolved all the structures, which is a setback. Now you can see the mushroom parties springing up to 90 political parties.
Well, where we are right now, sir, what lessons can we draw from what has transpired so far? How should these speak to us as a nation?
The lessons we should pick is that if that election was allowed to be seen, there wouldn't be discrimination on religion and ethnicity. No matter wherever you come from, you can contest for election. And Abiola was popularly, elected throughout Nigeria.
Right.
So democracy would have grown better than it is now. However, we should thank God that
where we are right
now. We are, because in 2015 people were saying Nigeria will even break down. Indeed. And even 2019 nobody thought it will happen as it is, as it happened now.
Thank you so much, sir.
Just before you go, I was going to say, now, it would have been thought that
if we had allowed democracy to begin to be entrenched from that time, that, you know, we would have become more disciplined, do you think that option A4 would have been an option in 2019?
Why not? If it worked at that time, it should continue, and there wouldn't be any discrimination. Open thing. People will come out and line up. You will see a family dividing themselves during the voting.
Thank you so much, Alhaji. Alhaji Alidu, Bala, Usman. We've been speaking with Alhaji.
Now I am a paramount ruler.
Oh yes, that's very true, very true. Well, Omini, we've been speaking with Alhaji Alidu, Bala, Usman. Incidentally, he's also the traditional ruler of his community. He was part of the organizing committee for the Social Democratic Party Convention, National Convention, which took place in Jos and produced Chief MKO Abiola as its presidential candidate. Well, we were still here, of course, like, you know, at the Eagle Square. We hope that in the next couple of minutes that the president would arrive there. Actually, in less than 30 minutes, we expect that the president would have arrived this venue to officially kickstart today's event. Well, let me quickly just talk about the state of security here at the Eagle Square. It's quite intense, if you ask me, Victor. Well, what's your impression of security here so far?
Well, it's been quite tight. Every single individual that has had to come into this place, into the arena, has had to be screened properly, has had to be screened, you know, to ensure that the others are safe. And so you find all arms of government security agents on ground standing in strategic places and positions, making...
Namdi and Victor, thanks for bringing us up to speed, and we'll get back to you any moment from now. Well, you see, democracy, most times when you see the ambience of democracy, it denotes beautiful colors, organization, freedom, diversification. Yeah. You see the pictures, they're telling us all that. And what concerns me most is when they were speaking to the chairman of the organizing committee of the SDP convention that produced Moshood Abiola as the presidential standard bearer, then you heard what he said, and I keep asking, what legacies would politicians of these days learn from people like that?
I wish people are prepared to learn lessons. You see, this is the tragedy of this country. You know, there are, important historical, events that have taken place. The Civil War, as awkward as it was because people died, it was something we ought to have picked one lesson or the other from. What has happened? We just seen, the efforts that were made either from the federal side or from the rebel side. I understand that, even, the Biafrans were producing bombs. Some of the bombs they were, using to attack, locations in Nigeria then, were produced, internally. And you also had, the lesson, one of the lessons, one of the important lessons we had was that war was prosecuted without borrowing kobo from anybody.
Before they take us back to Eagle Square, let me ask you this question. One problem over time when you read books, you do research, is you get to discover that the problem with the political scenario in Nigeria is the problem of politics of identity. What do you make of this?
Yeah. You see, it has actually been entrenched, if I put it that way, constitutionally. I actually went to the U.S. last March to produce.
Is that a progression or a deterioration?
For me, as a scholar, I think it's a retrogression.
So what can we do about it?
What we need to do is
because
actually...
as I speak, I'm not cutting you.
Yeah.
You're Professor Nuhu Yakub.
Yes.
I'm Ominio Den. And you hold a political office and you appoint me. Questions will come up.
Yeah.
Omini is from Cross River. Yakub is not from Cross River. Why will he pick Omini? Or Omini is not a Muslim. Why will he pick Omini? Yeah. So that's the politics of identity.
Politics of identity is, it's not that it's bad. Because identity, for instance, as Nigerians, was what led us to independence. If we had not actually identified ourselves as Nigerian under colonialism, then of course, everybody would say, oh, well, the British were okay. I remember when the first coup took place, I just left, that was 66. I was, in secondary school then. And, a local person in mind, he said, oh, if we had allowed the white man to continue, we would not have this kind of experience, But I thought that, the identity we had as Nigerians, collectively fighting for independence, brought us to that level. And since then, we have been free. So there's no problem with politics of identity. The only problem is that when, you now, use it, twist it, and make it, to produce, results that are completely undesirable. And I give you this example. I mean, we have in the Constitution federal character, principle. And what it has never been, except since, 1999 election, Constitution, 1979 Constitution, that brought it into being. That, you have to make sure every state is represented at the federal level. You have to make sure every, every sector is, giving recognition. There's no problem with that, as long as you make sure that, even competent people are being recruited. You are talking of example, for instance, between you and I.
Sure.
You are from Cross River, I'm from Kogi, for instance. And, we are Nigerians.
Absolutely.
Good. We are citizens of Nigeria. I do not know what is it that I can enjoy as a Nigerian that should not also be something that you'll enjoy. That is equity. But we have abandoned, issues of equity when you talk about, federal character.
And that's the crux of my question.
That is the problem. That's the issue. So people now even have reduced it, not only to, to the fact that, we are trying to ensure that there is, integration. That's why you say everybody must be brought in. But people are now saying, oh, no, this one is not Hausa, Fulani. This one is not Yoruba. This one is not Igbo. This one is not from Cross River. This one is not from Edo State. So the mere fact that we have transited from, the positive aspects of, inclusiveness in our politics,
okay,
to the point where we say, no, if this one is not there, then, there's a problem. I think that is where we have lost. And I mean, where we have lost the steam of national integration or politics that is more responsible and, serving the interests, of the people.
Will it be wrong to create an initiative or come up with an initiative that would tend to reorientate the sensibilities of Nigerians to depart from this parochial thinking and reason more straightforward?
Yeah, we have institutions like that. For instance, the Nigerian universities are a macrocosm of integrative, force that we can use to actually engender national consciousness.
But at the same time, you could have a vice chancellor.
Yeah, this is the point I'm
not
trying to
minding where it comes from.
Yeah,
but it's not happening anymore.
It is no more happening. Yes, it's no more happening. You set up a university. In fact, Bishop Hassan Kuka has also dwelt on this issue in a communication speech he gave at Mosque of Uyo some years back. He said, for goodness sake, you are using federal resources to run the cost of the university. The running cost of the university is a federal finance. Yet, except somebody comes from a particular, the location of the university, that person is not considered fit enough to be the vice chancellor. You have a problem. You have a problem. We also have NYC. NYC is an integrative scheme to integrate Nigerians. In fact, I won't go to the lower level. Why did we set off federal government colleges? The first prime minister, when Tafawa Balewa, when these federal government colleges were set up, the first in Sokoto and Warri, these were the first two that were set up. They were meant to integrate Nigerians of diverse, backgrounds. What do we have now? Nobody will want, because of insecurity and other problems that have arisen over time. Nobody will want their wards to go far away from them. If you have to go to NYC, people were so enthusiastic when this scheme came up in 1972 or 3 by the regime.
Sure.
Good. Everybody was eager. Oh, let me go to... And I remember when I did my NYC in Kano, although I was actually... I studied in Kano, and I was left in Kano to do my NYC. But what was important was that I met Nigerians who came and they were eager to learn Hausa language. I could speak Hausa language.
Okay.
So there was no problem. They were very happy But nobody wants to even talk about, the neighbor's location anymore. If you are sending somebody from, for instance...
You talked about institutions.
Yes.
And being a professor of political science, we have institutions. You have mentioned one, you talk about the university community.
Yeah.
There's this big one we always use to say the National Orientation Agency.
Yeah.
What can be done to use this platform and maybe the academic environment to reorient our minds back to where we were?
No, I think, what is happening now is a question of mindset, the way I look at it. Nigerians, have already formed the opinion that they are not secure, they don't feel secured in the midst of strangers. And this is the danger. I do not know why, as a Nigerian, I go to any part of Nigeria and somebody will consider me to a threat, to consider me to be a threat to the local people.
Mm-hmm.
That is the mindset. And it will take, us a long while to actually, reorient people to understand that, no, as a citizen of Nigeria, you are free to live anywhere you are. And I think this is what, we have to, the way we have to go back to the drawing board to see what we can do. Why is it that, for instance, I work in Sokoto and I still work in Sokoto, for several years. And I had a very good and very, forward-looking governor, who is a distinguished senator now, Wamako. He appointed me as the vice chancellor of the pioneer vice chancellor of the state university. I'm not from Sokoto State, but haven't considered that,
spirit
as Wamako.
Yes.
Yes.
Will it go somehow to...
Yeah, that is the point.
Rebuild what we lost?
That is the mindset I'm talking about. We should begin to think about, how can we integrate Nigerians instead of looking at our differences. We have more in common. Indeed, we have more in common because the issue is that, if you consider somebody who is a non-indigene as a threat, then remember that the person you are talking about, could have actually, contributed to the progress of the local community. And that, in fact, he may even be more relevant and useful than somebody from the state who is prepared to destroy, what good policy has been brought in by, an incumbent governor. Okay. So I believe that it's an issue of mindset, and it's also a question of, looking at our constitutional provision, especially on the federal character, and see what we can do to ensure, that, some of the negative aspects of inclusiveness are removed.
Okay.
We don't even need the number of ministers we have in this country because it's just waste of resources. But why should it be there in the constitution that every state should produce a minister? I'm worried about the cost of governance in this country.
Okay. Well, we'll still go to Eagle Square, but I love where we are right now because given what is playing out, if we don't get it right, currently, like somebody said, someone said, what happened then is one moment that challenged the progressive minds of most Nigerians. So if we don't get it right and correct it, what's your projection? If we get it right and correct it, what's your projection? 2 prongs now.
Yeah, if we don't, correct it and get it right, it means that, the the entity called Nigeria is going to be the one that will suffer more.
Okay.
Yeah, because everybody, in fact, if you open any newspaper any day in this country now, some groups are saying, no, we don't think this country is viable. We have to disintegrate, and so on and so forth. And I said just now that there was a lesson we should have learned from the Civil War. That people we lost Nigerians. They were not just animals, we lost Nigerians.
Okay, we'll continue from that perspective. Let's go back to Eagle Square, where I hear Victor Azu is standing by for a chat with a dignitary from Eagle Square. Hello, Victor.
We'd like to welcome very heartily all the members of the MK Abiola family that are here. I can see in the audience Mr. Kola Abiola and other members of the family as we celebrate your family.
Well, I believe they have an audio challenge there. When they fix it up, we'll get back to Eagle Square. So let's hear your perspective again. Yeah.
No, the point I'm saying is that we need to get
By saying, where were you on June 12, 1993?
Well, I was still actively in medical practice, so I was in my clinic on that very day. Of course, I voted and I came back to my office in the clinic.
All right, and seeing where we have arrived at on a day like this, what does this give you any sense of nostalgia? You must have witnessed the struggle, the agitation all through the years, and seeing President Muhammadu Buhari, being able to get this over the line and finally giving some sort of closure to the agitation for June 12. Are you satisfied? What does it feel like for you?
Well, like you rightly said, there is no way that one will not have a sense of nostalgia. Because that day in history, I still remember that the weather was clement. Good weather all throughout the country. And the election on that day, the voting was peaceful. No violence of any sort. And it was, as is popularly referred to, the freest, the most peaceful, and the fairest election ever conducted in the history of this country. And to now imagine, and of course when the results started coming in and all that, everybody was elated because it was a day in history when Nigerians from all walks of life, from the north, from the south, from the east, from the west, they put aside their primordial sentiments, whether ethnic, whether religious, whether language, and decided to vote in unity of purpose for one man. And so, but to now imagine that a few days later, election was annulled. I mean, it was highly disappointing. But thank God that you cannot suppress truth for too long. That this administration under Muhammadu Buhari as president has resuscitated the hope of the people in giving effect, resulting in what we are celebrating today. So, for me, I think it's a triumph of the will of the people.
Indeed, it's the triumph of the will of the people. Senator, we won't let you go just yet. And Hafsat Abiola joins us, one of the daughters of the symbol of this day, June 12, which has now been declared Democracy Day. And so, Hafsat, what does this feel like for you? You are all smiles already.
Yes, today is a beautiful day for me. It's a beautiful day for Nigerians. I want to congratulate the Nigerian people. June 12th was the day that you allowed to happen by voting peacefully for my father. And a few powerful elements thought that they were more powerful than the votes of the Nigerian people. Today we have said to them that there is no power greater than the Nigerian people in Nigeria. And today is the beginning of the true democracy for Nigeria, where we're going to see all power return to the people of Nigeria. The wealth of Nigeria will be used for the people of Nigeria. All our agenda, our priorities should be defined by the people of Nigeria. So congratulations to all of you. Thank you for giving my father the opportunity. I'm sorry, and I know you're sorry that he was not able to serve as he had wanted to. But today tells us that it was not all in vain. Our own journey to freedom, to prosperity has started.
Now, I'm not too sure that one of your skills includes being able to communicate with the dead. But do you think that Basharu could be at rest on a day like this?
So, when I heard last year that our president was going to give MK Abiola the award of GCFR, I felt my spirit actually leave my body at that critical moment when I heard the news. And I felt my spirit wanting to journey to the ancestral place to tell my parents. But I trust that they can see what is happening. And I trust that they are celebrating with us as are all our ancestors, as are all lovers of freedom and justice. Not just in Nigeria, but across Africa. Nigeria is going to be the greatest country in Africa, and now we have the opportunity to make it happen.
All right, thank you very much indeed, Hafsat Abiola, for spending some time with us, and thank you, Senator Lorne Nabamora. It's been nice having to talk with you. Now, we are still with you, Omini, don't go away. Jamiu Abiola is standing by, and we can make welcome Jamiu Abiola, who is also one of the sons of late Chief MK Abiola. Jamiu, what does this day mean to you?
The day means a lot to me, and it also means a lot to Nigerians, because what we want now is to rebuild this country starting from today. Problems we've had before, we want to put them beside. We want to follow the June 12th spirit and unify the country so that we can actually achieve the dreams for the whole country. Because June 12th was for Nigeria, so Nigerians have to use June 12th to make their conditions better.
And now, do you think that this has brought, some sort of closure? Is this the case with you?
It's the case with me.
Who is directly involved?
It's the case with me because today my father has been honored, and my mother 2 days ago was put in the Hall of Fame as the Martyr for Democracy. Abiola was also honored. So now we can now hope that we work harder as a group, a collective effort by all Nigerians so that we can move the country forward, and we will by the grace of God, under the leadership of General Muhammad Buhari.
Thank you very much, Jamiu. Indeed, we will move the nation forward. And so, Mini, this is the situation here at the moment. I mean, dignitaries continue to arrive, and this, from what I have seen all around, is a unifying factor. That's what June 12 has become, a unifying factor. The young, the old, men, women, the military, pro-democracy groups, Democrats themselves, everybody has come together under the banner of June 12. Omini.
Well, thank you, Victor. And from what we could see from the video there, it is clear that the ceremony is about to start. And at this juncture, I must say, we'll pause here from the studio and hand over to our commentators at the Eagle Square for the Democracy Day ceremonies. We'll be back for a wrap-up after the ceremonies. But I must say, before then, maybe Professor Yaku will still be here with me if he has all the time. Otherwise, let me use this opportunity to thank him for being here. Okay, as I hand over to Eagle Square for the ceremonies.
We just listened to a fanfare that heralded the arrival of the Senate President, distinguished Senator Ahmed Ibrahim Lawan.
Yeah, it is indeed a beautiful and indeed a great day here in Abuja, Nigeria's capital city. We are right here at the Eagle Square, venue of the celebration of Nigeria's National Democracy Day. Now, this is the first time that Nigeria is observing the National Democracy Day on June 12. Previously, the occasion was observed on May 29th to mark the return of democracy to Nigeria. That is the return to civil rule. Today we are celebrating 20 years of unbroken and uninterrupted civilian governance here in Nigeria. Any moments now, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammad Buhari, and the Vice President, His Excellency Yemi Osinbajo, will be here to formally declare the occasion open. I must say that about 2 weeks ago, the President was here for his oath of allegiance and oath of office, having been given a renewed mandate by the Nigerian people to continue as the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I understand that the Vice President, Yemi Osinbajo, is already here. And today's celebration is in recognition of the contributions of individuals, civil society organizations, and other groups of ensuring that Nigeria sustains her democracy. I will now hand you over to my colleague, Kene Emabudike, for the continuation of the commentary. I am Lami Ali.
Thank you, Lami. It's indeed a great day here at the Eagle Square, Abuja, which comes alive with lots of activities. Precisely 2 weeks after we witnessed the inauguration of President Muhammad Buhari and his vice, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, on May 29th. And of course, everyone here is looking forward to so many things to happen here at the Eagle Square. I can tell you that over 80 foreign leaders and dignitaries were invited to grace this moment, which of course started with some activities since yesterday as we witnessed the inauguration of the 9th National Assembly. A while ago you saw the leadership of the 9th National Assembly here recognized, and then the Vice President himself here also. We're now waiting for the arrival of Mr. President himself, and so we shall kickstart today's event in earnest. But it's actually a great day for Nigeria. Nigeria has actually gone through some turbulent journey towards its democracy, but today the nation is the world's 4th largest democracy, having stood the test of time.
National salute! May we all please rise wherever we are seated, please. May we rise for the national anthem, please. Thank you.
On se lève pour l'hymne national nigérien.
Your Excellencies, may please take your seats. Thank you.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, nous annonçons l'arrivée de son Excellence le vice-président de la République fédérale du Nigeria, le professeur Yemi Osibanjo.
We listened a short while ago to the national anthem that heralded the arrival of the Vice President of Nigeria, His Excellency Professor Yemi Osibanjo, Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Your Excellency, you're heartily welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. And I can see a lot of the private sector movers and shakers. Also here is a man who is empowering entrepreneurs across Africa, Mr. Tony Elumelu of the Elumelu Foundation. I welcome you. You're welcome. Also here is Dr. Gbagi Bello, Director General, National Protection Population Commission. You're welcome. Also here is the former governor of Ogun State, Mr. Ibikunle Amosu. Your Excellency, you're welcome.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, Your Excellencies, former Executive President, former Heads of State of our great nation, Nigeria, here present. Your Excellencies, former Vice Presidents, former Chiefs of General Staff here present. Your Excellencies, the Doyen and members of the Diplomatic Corps, the distinguished Senate President, Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Acting Chief Justice of Nigeria, party leaders, chairmen and chieftains, distinguished honorable members of the National Assembly here present, your lordships, justices here present, chairman of the Central Organizing Committee 2019 Presidential Inauguration and Democracy Day celebrations, head of service of the Federation, permanent secretaries of federal ministries, principal staff officers of the Presidency and Defense Headquarters, the Chief of Defense Staff, service chiefs and Inspector General Police, principal staff officers, services headquarters, heads of paramilitary agencies, very senior military officers, chieftains and captains of the organized private sector here present, Your Royal Highnesses, my Lord Spiritual and Temple, chief executives of the print and electronic media here present, the press, defense correspondents, battery of cameramen, ladies and gentlemen. climaxing the arrival of this epoch-making occasion, Democracy Day 2019, will be the arrival.
The Eagle Square here in Abuja looking so bright and colorful as the 2019 Nigeria's Democracy Day has been celebrated for the first time on June 12th. We are all expecting the arrival of Mr. President and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. Of course, the service chiefs are all lined up in wait for his arrival, and so are everyone here is indeed waiting. We know you too are waiting wherever you are watching us right now live on the Nigerian Television Authority, Africa's largest TV network. Of course, Democracy Day has its own history in Nigeria. Most of us know a lot about it. It all started in 1993 with the presidential election that was presumed to be overwhelmingly won by the late Moshood Kashimawo Olawale Abiola. History went down, and at the end of the day, it never came to be. So we went through a series of things, and we are watching things right now. The leader of the APC, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, there. All, of course, Bisi Akonde, a former national chairman of the APC, also there with Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The Eagle Square. Fortnight ago, we saw something great here again when the president was running for a second term in office alongside his vice. And today we're witnessing yet another great moment in the annals of our history. So as soon as Mr. President comes around, it will be the beginning of everything. Of course, special dignitaries. I told you over 80 foreign leaders and dignitaries were invited for this occasion. Some of them still making their way into the Eagle Square. A good number of our governors are here already seated. Ministers, both former, of course, many of them seated around here. Traditional rulers are also here. And we are expecting a great time with the military parade, which is an integral part of this occasion, being a national event. We are expecting to see Mr. President inspect the guards on parade and acknowledge the cheers from esteemed invited guests. Paul Kagame, the Rwandan president, still acknowledging pleasantries here. Behind him are some other presidents who were invited to grace our day. I tell you, it's indeed a day no one will forget in a hurry. It will linger on in the memories of our national history. So many people waited for today to be realized. By 2018, President Muhammadu Buhari began the process, and by 2019, it was signed and sealed. And today, we are witnessing the inaugural national commemoration of June 12th as Nigeria's Democracy Day. It's a big one for Nigeria, a day where we'll continue to savor as citizens of this great nation. Lami Ali is back to the commentary box with me. Lami, that was a nice one with you out there. course, you can see flags of different nations. Most of the president or their representatives are in Nigeria right now. Remember, yesterday, June 11, there was a summit on corruption as part of this Democracy Day celebration. Some of the invited dignitaries were there too, with President Muhammadu Buhari as the EFCC apparatus took us through what is happening and what will continue to happen as this administration fight on to see that the monster called corruption is indeed totally eliminated in Nigeria for the good of all. The service chiefs have continued to several pleasantries here, and the guests are beginning to take their seats one after the other, where of course Mr. President will join them very soon. It's a day we all wait for, and we are all alive to witness it. To God indeed be the glory. Nigeria is indeed marching on. President George Weah of Liberia is also part of those who are here. A good number of African presidents are here. The next level is where you and I and the entire nation is looking ahead to. The next level with President Muhammadu Buhari's looking at boosted economy, infrastructural development, growth in all sectors of our national life. The next level is about walking away from poverty through sustained efforts and policies, good agricultural development in the nation, the development of youth and sports, indeed paramount in the agenda of the next level government of the All Progressives Congress in Nigeria, symbolized here by Mr. President himself, Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. The next level was what was promised, and today the next level is indeed ongoing. The return, here they are, the newly elected Speaker, the Senate, President of the Senate, Ahmad Lawan, with the Speaker of Federal House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabia-Mila. Of course, the Vice President, Professor Yemi Oshibajo, was standing there. Some governors here looking at us. Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, amongst those up there. Femi Otedola. These are most of the dignitaries invited, and they all are here. All of us waiting for the arrival of Mr. President. It is indeed an atmosphere of joy and happiness at the Eagle Square. Democracy Day is indeed the day you and I are witnessing here today. Nothing could have stopped it from happening today, because the entire nation looked forward to it right from 1993, and even by 1999 a lot believed it would happen. But if it's happening today, so be it, to the glory of God. So Democracy Day coinciding with the next level government, a lot is indeed in store for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The President of Gambia, Adama Barrow, with his amiable wife. Nigeria is playing host to a host of world leaders as we mark Democracy Day for the first time on June 12th. June 12th will forever have one man in mind, late Chief Moshood Kashimawo Lawale Abiola, who was posthumously awarded the Grand Commander of the Federal Republic, GCFR, by this present government led by Muhammadu Buhari. There is indeed a day everybody wanted to see, and we are all here. So we know that moments from now, the president will be here. Godwin Emefiele, CBN governor, also here. Of course, the military band is ready for action here. They have their briefs already well detailed, and as soon as the president arrives, it will be the next level event here at the Eagle Square, Abuja. All right, Lami Ali, back from the podium herself, is here with me. Lami, some spiritual leaders here at the Eagle Square.
Yeah, seated right close to them is Baba Gana Kingibe, the vice president of the acclaimed winner of the 1993 presidential elections. We also have the governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, and many other dignitaries that are here to witness this very historic event, Nigeria's National Democracy Day, right here at the Eagle Square in Abuja. Mr. President is just coming in. President Muhammadu Buhari coming into the Eagle Square to formally open this very important occasion. Open here the band. We have the presidential guards all waiting for the commencement of this very historic event. The president will also, at this occasion, present his National Democracy Day address. Here we have several members of the diplomatic community who have come to celebrate with Nigeria this important occasion. Vice President, His Excellency Yemi Oshibajo, the service chiefs, the Senate President Ahmed Lawal, and the Speaker, House of Representatives of the Ninth Assembly, Femi Gbajabiamila, all standing to welcome the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari. A colorful entrance there.
Hello.
President there making his red carpet entrance.
Can we keep the red carpet alley clear, please? Security operatives, please. Can we keep that alley clear, please? We can see the bagpipers sandwiching the presidential limousine, inching towards the presidential saluting days. Very, very commendable, memorable ceremony, Democracy Day Maiden Edition, 12 June 2019. Since announcing the arrival of the special guest of honor, the reviewing officer, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, Grand Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, just been received there by the Commander Guards Brigade. He proceeds to exchange affectionate felicitations with the Vice President, the three new helmsmen, the Right Honorable Speaker, Senator, the Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, His Lordship, the Acting Chief Justice, the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, the Chief of the Naval Staff, the Chief of Air Staff, and the Inspector General of Police.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, j'ai l'honneur d'annoncer l'arrivée de Son Excellence Muhammadu Buhari, le Président de la République fédérale du Nigeria.
May we all please rise wherever we are seated in the Eagle Square, please. Thank you. May we all please rise. Thank you. Your Excellencies, may please take your seats. Thank you. The national anthem that heralded the arrival of the special guest of honor, the reviewing officer, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR over, the parade commander, Lieutenant Colonel Mukhtar Sani Daroda, now marches towards the presidential dais on the horseback to give the essence of today's ceremony. And of course, the officers and guards on parade to Mr. President, and to very diligently request Mr. President to inspect the officers and guards on parade.
Yeah, 2019, democracy in the pride, conduct. 28 officers, 288 members of the armed forces and the Nigerian police, ready for your inspection. Your Excellency.
We just had the parade commander, Lieutenant Colonel M.S. Daroda, give the essence of today's ceremony to Mr. President, and has diligently and most respectfully requested Mr. President to inspect the officers and guards on parade. Mr. President will be accompanied on this inspection by the Commander, Guards Brigade, Brigadier General Umar Tama Musa. We want to very, very specially recognize the presence in our midst this moment of the First Lady of our great nation, Nigeria, Her Excellency Dr. Aisha Muhammadu Buhari. Your Excellency, you're highly welcome, ma'am. At this juncture, the microphone switches over to my co-announcer, Captain Haruna Tagwai, to give us a resume of Mr. President. Captain Tagwai, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Major Paul Abara, retired. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. As His Excellency commenced with the inspection of the parade, may I quickly give us a resume of the reviewing officer of today's unique and auspicious occasion. President Muhammadu Buhari was born on December 17, 1942 in Daura, Katsina State to Adamu and Zailaha Buhari. The president was raised by his mother following the death of his father when he was about 4 years old. He attended primary and secondary schools in Katsina. He is married to Aisha and they have children. President Buhari was commissioned into the army in 1963, where he attended the Nigerian Military Training College, Kaduna. He also attended officer cadets training at Mons Officers Cadet School in Aldershot, England, from 1962 to 1963. Nigerian Military College, Kaduna, for the Platoon Commanders course from 1963 to 1964. Mechanical Transport Officers course in Borden, England, in 1965. Defense Service Staff College, Wellington, India, in 1973, and the United States Army War College from 1979 to 1980. As a highly regarded officer, President Buhari held several key command and staff as well as political appointments during his illustrious military career. This included Military Secretary, Member, Supreme Military Council, Military Governor of the Northeastern State, Federal Commissioner of Petroleum Resources, Chairman, Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, General Officer Commanding 2nd and 4th Infantry Division, and General Officer Commanding 3rd Armored Division. The military coup of December 31st, 1983 led to the emergence of General Muhammadu Buhari as head of state and commander-in-chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces. The war against indiscipline, which he launched on March 20th, 1984, was targeted at addressing the pervasive lack of public morality and civic responsibility in the Nigerian society. It turned out to be one of the most enduring legacies of the Buhari military administration. 9 years after his removal in a military coup in 1985, General Buhari was appointed executive chairman of the Petroleum Trust Fund in 1994 by the Sani Abacha military regime. Because of his renowned integrity, discipline, and incorruptibility, the PTF under General Buhari provided key infrastructural development projects across the country for 4.5 years. Driven by a profound sense of patriotism and commitment to national service, General Buhari joined politics in 2003 following Nigeria's return to a democratic dispensation in 1999. He contested 3 presidential elections in 2003, 2007, and 2011 under the auspices of the All Nigeria People's Party and the Congress for Progressive Change, but lost to the presidential candidates of the ruling People's Democratic Party. Undeterred by the electoral setbacks, General Buhari forged a strong alliance with other opposition political parties, which coalesced into the All Progressive Congress, APC, in 2013. It was this new party, the APC, much stronger in terms of resources and support base, as well as having a pan-Nigerian appeal that provided the platform upon which General Buhari contested the 2015 presidential election. The perception of most Nigerians about the character of General Buhari greatly influenced the outcome of the 2015 elections. Over the years, General Buhari had caught the image of an incorruptible leader and had spawned several past opportunities to enrich himself. His campaign slogan of change was widely embraced by Nigerians who longed for a new direction after 16 years of PDP rule at the national level. General Buhari therefore won a popular victory in the presidential elections of March 28, 2015 and was sworn into office as President Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria on May 29, 2015. And exactly 2 weeks today, we're all gathered here for the presidential inauguration and swearing-in ceremony of His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, and his vice, His Excellency, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, after they were sworn in for the second term during the inauguration ceremony. President Buhari is the holder of the highest national honor of Nigeria, the Grand Commander of the Federal Republic, in addition to several other military honors. May I at this moment hand over the microphone back to Major Paul Abara, retired.
Yeah, thank you very much, Captain Haruna Atagwai. The special guest of honor, the Reviewing Officer, President Commander-in-Chief, has been known for his renowned and proven integrity, discipline, evident and loudly pronounced act of incorruptibility, three unparalleled, unequaled, and sterling qualities of the special guest of honor. In spite of the myriad of very high offices he had held along the line as he grew in and out of military service. Splendid. It is instructive to note parade commander will seek the presidential permission of Mr. President to carry on with the rest of the parade. We're going to see that shortly. Please, dignitaries, may you take your seats, please. Dignitaries, can you take your seats, please? Thank you. We appreciate. Thank you.
Excellences, mesdames et messieurs, nous venons de lire le curriculum vitae.
To carry on with the rest of the parade, Your Excellency.
Presidential permission graciously sought there by the parade commander, Lieutenant Colonel M.S. Daroda, and it has been presidentially given. Shortly, Your Excellencies, we're going to witness the preamble towards the march past in slow and quick time. The parade promises to be exciting, entertaining, and worth Your Excellencies' while. Happy viewing, Your Excellencies.
Excellences, mesdames et messieurs, nous venons d'écouter au curriculum vitae abrégé de Monsieur le Président. Maintenant, nous allons voir tout de suite la démonstration de nos défilés militaires.
Your Excellency, the special guest of honor, the reviewing officer, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellencies, most distinguished guests, very senior military officers, ladies and gentlemen, we had the very distinct and unambiguous words of command as rendered by the parade commander, Lieutenant Colonel M.S. Aroda. Now it commences the preamble to the march past in slow and quick time. Now what we are witnessing now is the march past towards the presidential days. Now what is going to happen now, there are three very, very distinct, significant actions that the officers and guards of parade will take before the boss, the principal, that's the special guest of honor. One will be the presidential gun salute. We're going to see that very shortly. The second will be the symbolic request for permission to embark on the march past in slow and quick time. And of course the third, not the least, will be an opportunity for the special guest of honor to see at very close range the ceremonial tunic of the officers and guards, their impeccable turnout, and of course their arms and foot drill synchronized with the rhythm of the band on parade. We're going to see that shortly. Your Excellencies, happy viewing.
Mesdames et messieurs, permettez-moi de jeter un peu de lumière sur la composition de notre défilé militaire. Nous avons 6 gardes ce matin. Les 3 premiers sont fournis par l'armée nigériane, alors que la 4e par les marines, 5e par l'armée de l'air et la 6e par la police.
There goes the gun salute to the special guest of honor, Reviewing Officer, President Commander-in-Chief. Actions taken in symbolism. Permission has been presidentially granted for the officers and guards to embark on the march past in slow and quick time. And of course, their tunic has been closely inspected there. Impeccable.
Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. As earlier mentioned, we have 4 colors on parade this morning. The national color, the Nigerian Army regimental color, the Nigerian naval color, and also the Nigerian Air Force color. The sight of the colors creates a feeling of pride in soldiers and ex-servicemen alike. From ancient history, it has served as an inspiration for heroic acts of sacrifice. Colors have become the symbols of the fighting spirit of a regiment, for they bear the battle honors and badges granted to the regiment in commemoration of the gallant deeds performed by its members from the time it was raised. This association of the colors with the heroic deeds of the unit adorned on them has led to the custom of regarding the colors with reverence. The fact that colors are consecrated and presented before being taken into use and after service are laid up in sacred or public buildings. This helps to maintain the atmosphere of veneration with which they are surrounded. Colors are presented only to combat and combat support units or regiments. It is the responsibility of the unit presented with the colors to protect it, as the capture of these colors means defeat in battle situation. In line with unit regimentation, these colors are retired after every 10 days and new ones issued by the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces.
Les couleurs pour les militaires est une source d'inspiration pour tous nos soldats et tous nos militaires. Elles servent comme une source d'inspiration pour tous les héros et héroïnes qui se sont sacrifiés pour cette nation. C'est aussi important de mettre l'accent sur le fait que tous les 10 années, ces couleurs sont retirées par le président de la République fédérale du Nigeria.
As our very gallant officers take their measured steps, it's appropriate that we begin to situate the significance of today. It's been 20 years of a broken political journey in Nigeria, 20 years of deepening democratic principles, 20 years of expanding the scope of Nigeria's democratic tradition, 20 years of delivering democratic dividends to the people. No doubt there has been times of challenges. There have been times that obituaries are written off the country, but what a wonderful country we have. It has a way of walking away from the operating table, standing tall and strong, and saying, here I am, Nigeria the beautiful. Morayo is here as we welcome His Excellency the President of Namibia.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me the wife of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Mrs. Aisha Buhari. We also welcome the distinguished President of Namibia and also the President of Chad.
Your Excellency, the special guest of honor, Review of President Commander-in-Chief, Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, now the march past in slow and quick time commences in earnest. Please, there are three very, very salient aspects, usually the parade of this magnitude. The first will be the breaking from slow to quick time, the individual guard halting, and of course the advancing in review order. It will naturally elicit your excitement and applause. Excellencies, happy viewing. Meanwhile, please, we want to sound a word of caution here, please. When the colors on parade pass by your sitting position, momentarily we are expected to rise. Officers and warrant officers in uniform to please salute. Once again, when the colors on parade pass by your sitting position, momentarily we are all expected to rise in deference. It is obligatory, it's mandatory. Colors on parade, momentarily. Officers and warrant officers should please salute. Happy view, Your Excellencies. Thank you.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, on souhaite la bienvenue à son Excellence le Président de la République du Tchad, le Président Idriss Itno Déby. Une fois que le défilé arrive sur votre pavillon, vous êtes priés de bien vouloir vous lever à l'honneur et au respect de nos troupes.
Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, approaching the saluting days is the full complement of the parade being led by the parade commander, Lieutenant Colonel Mukhtar Sani Daruda. Trailing behind is the parade second in command, Lieutenant Commander Ikene Ada Isaac. Behind the parade second in command is number 1 guard being commanded by Major Abdul Rashid Mohammed Sani. The sub-guard commanders to the left is Captain Jibrila Usman Jibrila, and to the right is Captain Awal Musa. Trailing behind number 1 guard is number 2 guard being commanded by Major Garba Usman Bukar. The sub-guard commanders to the right is Captain Kainde Oyeni Popola, and to the left is Captain Bala Abdullahi. Behind number 2 guard is the number 3 guard, an all-female guard being commanded by Major Joyce Jumei Dauda. The sub-guard commanders of number 3 guard to the left is Captain Mata Fumilayo Sani, and to the right is Captain Echo Grace Bright. Between number 3 and 4 guards is the color party. There are 4 colors on parade today, which are the national color and the regimental colors of the Nigerian Army, Nigerian Navy, and the Nigerian Air Force. The colors are carried by commissioned officers known as ensigns to the colors. The ensign to the national color is Captain Abdul Malik Suleiman. The ensign to the Nigerian Army regimental color is Captain Jacob Ogbe Odon, while the ensign to the naval color is Navy Lieutenant Orwell Ikemjika Ibe. And finally, the ensign to the Air Force color is Flying Lieutenant Ibrahim Aboki Zakari. Behind the color party is number 4 guard, being commanded by Lieutenant Commander Ungunan Haga. The sub-guard commanders of number 4 guard to the left is Navy Lieutenant Omar Nabi Mohammed, and to the right is Navy Lieutenant Victoria Bello. Trailing behind number 4 guard is 5 guard, being commanded by Squadron Leader Mukhtar Aliyu Hayat. The sub-guard commanders of number 5 guard to the right is Flying Lieutenant Benjamin Okon Mark, and to the left is Flying Lieutenant Akinlola Oyedeji Uswangbadi. Behind number 5 guard is the 6th guard, being commanded by Superintendent of Police Dennis Michika Tumba. The sub-guard commanders to the left is Deputy Superintendent of Police Aminu Suleiman Goro, while to the right is Deputy Superintendent of Police Aminu Shuaibu Ndabawa. And trailing behind is the parade adjutant Flying Lieutenant Khalid Nasiru Usman. Reverting back to their position is the mass band comprising of the Nigerian Army, Navy, Air Force, and the Nigeria Police Force, being commanded by Major Raphael Mvene.
course, the officers and guards have just broken from slow to quick time. The synchronization of the rhythm of the band of parade, the arms and foot drill of the officers and guards, naturally elicits your applause. Thank you. Thank you very much. Happy viewing, Your Excellencies. Once again, a quick reminder, when the colors on parade pass by your sitting position, please, it is mandatory, it is obligatory. We rise in deference to the colors. Officers and warrant officers in uniform, to please salute. Thank you. Happy viewing. Usually, quick march is like mercuric gliding. The legs and the arms, and of course the music of the band on parade makes it very, very exciting.
Excellences, mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, rappelez-vous que dès que les couleurs nationales passent devant vous, on vous prie de bien vouloir vous lever, s'il vous plaît.
Approaching the saluting days is the full complement of the parade, being led by the parade commander, mounted on a Sudanese breed horse called GMB. The horse was donated to Guards Brigade by His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, in 2015. The horse weighs 350 kilograms. A weekly change of guard parade and other brigade regimental parades which the horse has been used. It was also used during the 2018 Independence Anniversary Parade, 2019 Presidential Inauguration and Swearing-in Ceremony. The parade second in command is mounted on a white mixed Sudanese and Dongola breed horse named Borotai. It was donated to Guards Brigade in 2015 by the immediate former Commander Guards Brigade, Major General MS Yusuf. It has been used for several occasions, which include the 2019 Presidential Inauguration and Swearing-in Ceremony, a weekly change of guard parade in the State House, and also other regimental parades done by the brigade. And finally, the parade adjutant is mounted on a Sudanese horse called Yusuf. It was donated by the former Commander Guards Brigade, Major General MS Yusuf, in 2015. The horse weighs 340 kilograms. It was used during the 2019 Presidential Inauguration and Swearing-in Ceremony, a regular use in the weekly change of guard parade and other brigade regimental parades.
May we please usher His Excellency, the special guest of honor, the reviewing officer, back to his seat, please. Thank you. A round of applause for him, please. Can we put our hands together for him, please? Thank you. Please, individual guard halt in there. Articulately synchronized. Please, thank you. May I, at this juncture, pass over the mic to my co-compare, Captain Haruna Tagwai, to take us through the next segment. Captain Tagwai, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Major Paul Abara, retired.
In the parade,
Your
just
Excellency,
a quick time, all signifying loyalty to the Commander-in-Chief himself. And we saw 6 guards of 48 people each, 45 marching with 1 guard commander and 2 guard assistants. We are expecting a military musical display, silent drill, and the cultural troop performance, all lined up for your delight on this auspicious occasion. President Muhammadu Buhari at the moment is exchanging pleasantries with invited dignitaries and other foreign leaders here at the Eagle Square at the moment. Remember, I did tell you that on the 29th of May, during his inauguration, the presidential speech was expunged from the agenda. But today we will be expecting that presidential speech because a lot will be anchored upon it. So President Buhari now going to sit down for a while. He's been standing up all this while he arrived the Eagle Square. It's time to take a little rest while entertainment follows next. But of course, you're watching all these live on the Nigerian Television Authority, ATA, Africa's largest television network.
And the Guards Brigade Band to take their position for the commencement of the various displays. And right now, what we're witnessing is the silent drill team that have just advanced forward to commence with their own display. The first display we'll be witnessing is titled Infinity. The essence of silent drill is basically for entertainment.
La chanson donc ce que nous voyons maintenant est la sortie silencieuse des militaires. Ils visent seulement à divertir.
The melody we are listening to right now is titled Conqueror. It was composed by Laila N. Morris and was arranged for the military band by Langobodia Raymond. It will interest our excellencies to know that there are 12 types of silent drills, and this is the first one, Infinity, that was last displayed during the 76th birthday of His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari. Various formations being formed there, where we are seeing the synchronization of foot drills as well as display great expertise in weapon handling.
Synchronisation harmonieuse de chaque
The changing of weapons from one hand to the other. This is lovely. Please, another resounding round of applause for the various commissions being formed there by the Silent Drill team, all in commemoration of the Democracy Day celebration of our great nation, Nigeria. Silent Drill, such a delight to witness any day, anytime. A round of applause again for the beautiful performance. It has to do with coordination, focus, and determination. This took weeks and months of rehearsals to bring out the best which we are witnessing today. Our excellencies and special guests to know that there are 17 females and 16 males in the Silent Drill team, all drawn from the 5 guards under Guards Brigade, namely the 7 Guards Battalion, the 102 Guards Battalion, 176, 177 Guards Battalions, and the Guards Brigade Garrison. A round of applause for that unique formation. A round of applause for that group photograph posture formation by the Silent Drill team. Lovely. compliment being paid there. Round of applause for the Silent Field team after that wonderful performance, all in commemoration of Democracy Day celebration of our great nation, Nigeria. As the cultural troops take the center stage, may I hand over the microphone to Mr. ABC. Thank you very much.
A dance entitled Farmer's Dance. We are all living witnesses to the giant strides that have been made in the agriculture sector under the administration of our wonderful president. This dance is from the southwestern part of Nigeria, precisely among the Yoruba-speaking people of Nigeria. Here, the men are showing us the entire process of traditional farming to celebrate this wonderful day of June 12, our Democracy Day. Having tilled and made the heaps, the space is now left open for our ladies to do the planting. In this part, the occupation of farming is an all-inclusive one. Both the male and female genders are involved and everybody has a part to play. Because, as Mr. President would say, we must feed our nation.
Excellences, mesdames et messieurs, ce que nous voyons est une danse intitulée la danse des cultivateurs. L'occupation prédominante des Nigérians est l'agriculture. C'est une occupation qui touche tous les groupes ethniques du pays. En tant qu'une source majeure de revenus, c'est un métier qui concerne tout le monde. Et ce que nous sommes en train de voir, ce sont les hommes qui sont à la ferme, alors que les femmes sont en train de danser.
There the ladies are harvesting and packing what has been harvested. Everybody must eat from what we produce. Some of these harvested crops are going into the export market. Some are going into the local market, and some will end up on our tables as delicious meals. All this.
Excellences, mesdames et messieurs, c'est le moment de la récolte. Certains de ces produits vont à l'exportation, certains seront utilisés dans les marchés locaux et certains vont finir dans nos foyers, comme nos repas. Et tout le monde doit y participer, tout le monde doit être nourri.
Yes, now it's time for the men to settle down to a good meal after a hard day's work. And while the men are eating, the ladies are entertaining them and enjoying themselves. And here comes the big Sato drum. This drum is peculiar to the Badagry people of Lagos State. As you can see, the drum only comes out during festive periods. And this occasion of June 12 Democracy Day is an apt occasion to celebrate with the Sato drum.
Excellences, mesdames et messieurs, le tam-tam que vous voyez provient de la région de Badagry de l'État de Lagos. Ce tam-tam est sorti seulement pour des cérémonies telles que nous sommes en train de fêter aujourd'hui. Et c'est le moment du repas. Pendant que les hommes sont en train de prendre leur repas, les femmes sont en train de danser pour divertir les hommes.
Now it's time to acknowledge the drums. The men are done eating. They have been energized. And here they go to play the big sato drum. As you can see, it's not a job for one person, it's a collective responsibility. And 5 or 6 of them are there doing the beautiful Badagry dance and playing the drum at the same time.
Maintenant, vous voyez que le repas est fini et les hommes sont bien nourris. Maintenant, ils ont la force et l'énergie d'aller battre le tantam sari. Tout le monde doit y prendre part.
This dance ensemble has been put together with the best of Nigerian artists drawn from the cultural centers across the nation. You have artists from as far as Kano, Katsina, Ogun, Osun, FCT. So many of the states are represented among these beautiful dancers.
Excellences, mesdames et messieurs, ce que vous êtes en train de regarder maintenant, c'est des danseurs venus de tous les coins du Nigeria. Il y a des danseurs venus de l'état de Kano, de Katsina et de toutes les régions du Nigeria. C'est une danse qui est très bien connue.
Beautiful picture there. Can we have a beautiful round of applause for these wonderful dancers? It's been a beautiful harvest on the occasion of June 12th, Democracy Day. This package is being prepared for an overseas trip to showcase Nigeria's culture outside. Thank you very much, the cultural troupe, as they seamlessly hand over back to the band to continue the trip. Captain Tagwai.
Thank you very much, Mr. ABC. Please, another resounding round of applause for the cultural troops for that wonderful display. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Next is the performance by the Guards Brigade Band. And the title of their display is Cross Formation. Melody being rendered right now is titled God's Big Match. It was composed by Major General Vassa, but was arranged for the military band by Major MC Donald.
La chanson à laquelle nous écoutons s'intitule Guards Gold Match. C'est composé par Major General Vissa. Nous avons comme maître de bande Mac Donald. Comme vous constatez très bien, il y a une formation de croix.
Then by the band, while at the center being anchored by the drum major. Yes, transition from the melody God Speak March to I Remember When I Was a Soldier. It's a song that whenever it is being rendered brings the feeling of excitement, mostly for ex-servicemen, because it makes them remember when they were wearing their uniforms during their days in service. The song was composed by Major Raphael Invene, but was arranged for the military band by Staff Sergeant Audu Muhammad, the bandmaster.
Je me rappelle quand j'étais un soldat, I remember when I was a soldier, c'est une chanson connue par tous les Nigérians, une chanson très reconnue. C'est composé par le major Air. Nous avons comme maître de bande Audu Mohamed Isaac.
Please, a round of applause for the display showcase so far. The next melody to be rendered is titled Dambaba. It was composed by late Major MacDonald, retired. This is one melody that there will be a fusion with the local drums from the cultural troupe that will take over the melody being played right now, which is Dambaba, with their local instruments. The song Dambaba is dedicated to His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, on this unique occasion, the first Democracy Day celebration of our great nation, Nigeria. May I once again hand over the microphone to Mr. Ayebisi.
Thank you very much, Captain Tagwai. Your Excellencies, we can witness this seamless takeover by the cultural troupe from the band, playing the same tune that was being played by the Guard Brigade Band. This is just a clear testimony to the harmony that exists between our armed forces and the civilian populace. This next performance by the cultural troupe is titled Resilience. Now, this is a virtue that is much needed in nation building. We all must have a sense of endurance, and this dance has been taken from the Fulani people of northern Nigeria, who on their own have devised a means of testing their men for strength, for perseverance, and the ability to endure.
La chanson que nous entendons maintenant s'intitule Dambaba et c'était composé par le Major MacDonald. La résilience est la capacité d'une personne à se développer bien, à continuer à se projeter dans l'avenir en dépit d'événements déstabilisants et de conditions très difficiles. Cette qualité et vertu est sans doute très importante dans la construction d'une nation. Et comme nous voyons sur scène, il s'agit ici des bergers nomadiques qui viennent du nord du pays et qui ont la tâche de faire des déplacements d'une région à une autre.
As the men head their cattle across the country, they must be prepared to face all dangers. And that is why they need to be strong, mentally and physically. At a certain time of the year, young men and young ladies of marriageable age come together in what is called the Sharu Festival. And during the festival, the men are tested for strength, and the lucky ones go home with bride. Here, the ladies are going to serve the men with the traditional, freshly squeezed milk called the Fura de Nono. This supposedly would energize the men for what lays ahead of them.
Ici, nous voyons les femmes qui sont en train de danser et qui, dans le fourra de nounou, une boisson traditionnelle ici au Nigeria, pour donner beaucoup d'énergie à ces hommes.
Yes, one of the beautiful Fulani maidens comes out to display and to tell the men, I am ready. I am ready for a suitor who is strong enough to protect me and protect my children.
La femme qui vient de sortir montre qu'elle est prête à se marier à un homme qui est capable de la protéger.
Obviously, we have two suitors contesting for our hand here. Who is going to carry the day? We definitely must do a test of strength.
Puisqu'il y a deux prétendants, chaque homme doit se montrer capable alors de protéger sa femme de tous les dangers et défis qu'ils peuvent éprouver. Il aura l'occasion de rentrer avec une femme.
Yes, the young man there celebrates his new bride. He's obviously proved himself strong and worthy to be called the man of the house. The loser obviously does not only lose fame, he also loses the respect of the community. And that has been the cultural truth in the dance titles West. And at this juncture, hand over back to the Nigerian Army Gas Brigade Band, as I also hand over to Captain Takwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ibisi. Please, another resounding round of applause for the beautiful performance by the cultural troops. Your Excellencies, most distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As the Guards Brigade Band continue with their performance, after which will be the silent drill team. Your Excellencies, happy viewing. Excellencies, most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The next performance is a fusion between the silent building and the Guards Brigade Band is titled Eddie Panther. The song was composed by Indiagam Oji. The signature tune of the now rested Nigerian Television Authority's New Masquerade, a TV program series.
Composé par Izet, Dan Orsi, et comme maître de bande, Simireye Koulouba.
Different formations being formed there by the Guards Brigade Band and the silent drill team. The synchronization of foot drill, weapon handling being displayed as well, instruments being played, rendering such melodious tunes. Most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. What we are witnessing right now is an all-round formation symbolizing protection that the armed forces provide for our dear nation Nigeria as the cultural troops move in for their next performance. May I at this moment hand over the microphone back to Mr. Ayegbisi.
Thank you very much, Captain Tagwai. This is a true story of our nation where our armed forces, comprising the Nigerian Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and the police provide protection for the civilian populace as they go about their daily responsibilities. All the way from the south and the southeastern part of the country comes this dance called the fisherman dance. Now, because of the proximity to waters, particularly the Atlantic Ocean, most Nigerians in that part are fishermen. They use all methods to fish. They fish with nets, they fish with baskets, even calabashes. The important thing is to make a good fishing catch. All this being done under the watchful eyes of the Nigerian Armed Forces, who offer protection and safety for the civilian people to go about their responsibilities.
Excellences, mesdames et messieurs, ce que nous voyons maintenant est une formation englobante qui souligne l'amitié entre les militaires et la population civile. Cette danse tire son inspiration des États côtiers entourés par l'océan Atlantique. La proximité de ces peuples à l'océan les oblige d'être pêcheurs. Mais nous devons mettre l'accent sur le fait que les militaires sont toujours prêts à protéger les personnes qui ont avoué d'offrir leur protection et leur
Having used the net to fish, the fishermen now use another method, wicker basket, all to ensure that there is a good dose of protein on our meals.
Excellences, mesdames et messieurs, après avoir utilisé les filets, les pêcheurs sont en train d'utiliser maintenant des paniers. Ils font tout pour s'assurer qu'il y a suffisamment de protéines pour toute la famille.
Once again, these artists have been drawn from across the nation under the direction of the artistic director of the National Carnival, Mr. Abiola, who has been taking them through some very rigorous training.
Une fois de plus, tous les artistes et les danseurs que vous voyez proviennent de toutes les régions du pays, sous la direction de M. Abiola qui les dirige.
Back home, dancing, weaving in between the men of the armed forces who have offered protection and saying thank you for being there for us. Thank you for the great sacrifices you are making. We appreciate you. This is a clear testimony to the beautiful relationship that exists between our armed forces and the Nigerian population. Thank you very much, the cultural troupe. It's time to hand over back again to the Army Band and the Silent Drill Train and Captain Tagwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. ABC. Please, another resounding round of applause for the cultural troops for that wonderful display. Now, the Silent Drill Team and the Gas Brigade Band will collapse the formation. That was symbolizing the protection that is usually being given, which is the distinct role of defending the territorial integrity of our nation, Nigeria. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, climaxing the entertainment segment is the formation that very soon we'll be witnessing being put together by the Silent Drill Team on this unique an auspicious occasion, the Democracy Day celebration of our great nation, Nigeria. This is the spelling of June 12th, signifying the first Democracy Day celebration of our great nation, Nigeria. June 12th being spelled there. Please a round of applause as the music I Love Nigeria comes in, which is expected of all. In as much as we love our country, Nigeria, we are supposed to give our best in all. June 12th being spelled there, climaxing the various displays that have been showcased this day. The first Democracy Day celebration of our great nation, Nigeria. Please, another resounding round of applause for the various displays that we have been witnessing. Beautiful. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, with the various performances that have been displayed by the Silent Drill Team, Guards Brigade Band, as well as the cultural troops from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture, it will interest all to know that the various teams have been chosen to represent Nigeria in the Royal Edinburgh Military Tattoo coming up in Scotland from July to August 2019.
Mesdames et messieurs, j'ai l'honneur de vous informer que ces ponts que vous voyez à Edinburgh au mois de juillet 2019.
By the Silent Drill Team and the Guards Brigade Band. Please, a round of applause for them as they exit the arena after those wonderful displays being showcased. May I, at this moment, hand over the microphone back to Major Paul Abara, retired. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Captain Tagwai. We witnessed the dexterity of the Silent Drill Squad, the Guards Brigade Band, and of course the rich cultural heritage of our great nation, Nigeria. Quite entertaining, exciting, and worth Your Excellency's while.
Been watching synchronized displays by the Guards Brigade troops and the National Cultural Ensemble, all in celebration of Nigeria's National Democracy Day. Any moment from now, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari, will present the Democracy Day address, part of which will also be the inaugural address for his second term in office.
And of course, the entertainment is worth the while. We saw the collaborative efforts of the armed forces and members of the cultural troop. So like Lami said, it's A big day here at the Eagle Square. And up next will be the presidential address.
A resounding round of applause, please. Put your hands together. Proper synchronization there. The special guest of honor, reviewing officer, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, Her Excellency the First Lady, Your Excellency the Vice President and spouse, Your Excellencies visiting Presidents, visiting heads of state, and heads of government delegation, Your Excellencies, former President, former heads of state of our great nation, Nigeria here present, Your Excellencies, former Vice Presidents, Chiefs of General Staff here present, Your Excellencies, the Doyen and members of the Diplomatic Corps, the distinguished Senate President, Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Acting Chief Justice of Nigeria, party leaders, chairmen and chieftains, distinguished and honorable members of the National Assembly here present, Your Lordships, justices here present, Chairman of the Central Organizing Committee, 2019 Presidential Inauguration and Democracy Day celebrations, Head of Service of the Federation, Permanent Secretaries of Federal Ministries, Principal Staff Officers of the Presidency and Defense Headquarters, the Chief of Defense Staff, Service Chiefs and Inspector General Police, Principal Staff Officers, Services Headquarters, Heads of Paramilitary Agencies, very senior military officers, Chieftains and Captains of the organized private sector, Your Royal Highnesses, my Lord Spiritual and Temporal, Chief Executives of the print and electronic media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the high point of this occasion. May I, at this juncture, very diligently and most respectfully request the special guest of honor, Reviewing Officer, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, to please present the Democracy Day address. Your Excellency, sir.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, the visiting President and their spouses, Your Excellency, the Vice President, Yemi Oshubanjo, wives of the President and the Vice President, representatives of the heads of state and governments, the Senate President, Speaker, House of Representatives, Acting Chief Justice of the Federation, members of the National Assembly, members of the National Assembly, former governors and party leaders, members of the Diplomatic Corps, service chiefs, Inspector General of Police, and other heads of security organizations, APC, party faithfuls and stalwarts, senior government officials, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. All praise is due to God Almighty, who spared our lives to be present at this occasion. We give thanks also that the democratic process has been further entrenched and strengthened. Nearly 20 years ago, a democratically elected government took over from the military in a historic transfer of political power for our country. Today, we are privileged to mark the longest period of unbroken democratic leadership and fifth peaceful transfer of power from one democratically elected government to another in Nigeria. Throughout the last 4 years, I respected the independence of INEC. I ensured that INEC got all the resources it needed for independent and impartial management of elections in the country. All interested parties are agreed that the recent elections, which, except for pockets of unrest, were free, fair, and peaceful. I thank all the people who worked for our party, who campaigned, and who voted for us. I thank my fellow Nigerians who, since 2003, have consistently voted for me. Victory is your greatest reward. Peace, unity, and greater prosperity will be our collective legacy. Your Excellencies, fellow Nigerians, I and the Nigerians collectively must give adequate thanks to our armed forces, police, and other law enforcement agencies for working around the clock to protect us by putting themselves in harm's way and defending our values and protecting our future. Terrorism and insecurity are worldwide phenomena, and even the best policed countries are experiencing increasing incidents of unrest and are finding things hard to cope. The principal thrust of this new administration is to consolidate on the achievements of the last 4 years, correct the lapses inevitable in all human endeavors, and tackle the new challenges the country is faced with, and chart a bold plan for transforming Nigeria. Fellow Nigerians, I have had the privilege of free education from primary school to staff college to war college. I received my formative education in Katsina and Kaduna, and my higher education in England, India, and the United States. I have worked and served in Kaduna, Lagos, Abeokuta, Makadi, Port Harcourt, Maiduguri, Ibadan, Jos, and finally here in Abuja. Throughout my adult life, I have been a public servant. I have no other career but public service. I know no service but public service. I was involved at close quarters in the struggle to keep Nigeria one. I can therefore do no more than dedicate the rest of my life to work for the unity of Nigeria and the upliftment of Nigerians. In 2003, 2002 and 3 campaigns and elections, I traveled by road to 34 of the 36 states of the Federation. This year, I traveled by air to all 36 states of the Federation. Before enduring my time in the armed forces and in government, I have interacted with Nigerians of all ages and persuasions and different shades of opinion over a period of more than 50 years. And my firm belief is that our people, above all, want to live in peace and harmony with their fellow Nigerians. They desire opportunity to better themselves in a safe environment. Most of the instances of intercommunal and interreligious strife and violence were and still are as a result of sponsorship or incitement by ethnic, political, or religious leaders hoping to benefit by exploiting our divisions and fault lines, thereby weakening our country. And our country, Nigeria, is a great country. According to United Nations estimates, our population will rise to 411 million by 2050, making us the third most populous nation on earth, behind only China and India. We have water, arable land, forests, oil and gas, and vast quantities of solid minerals. We are blessed with an equable climate. However, the bulk of our real wealth lies in agriculture, livestock, forestry, and mining. We possess all the ingredients of a major economic power on the world stage. What we require is the will to get our acts together, and our strength is in our people, our youth, our culture, our resilience, our ability to succeed despite the odds. A huge responsibility before rests on this and succeeding administration to develop, harness, and fulfill our enormous potential into force to be reckoned with globally. Thus far, we Nigerians can be proud of our history since independence in 1960. We have contributed to United Nations peacekeeping responsibilities all over the world. We have stabilized Liberia, Sierra Leone, Ivory Coast, and 2 years ago, we prevented the Gambia from degenerating into anarchy. Without Nigerian influence and resources, the liberation of Angola, Mozambique, Namibia, Zimbabwe, and ultimately South Africa would have come at great cost. This fact has been attested by none other than the late Nelson Mandela himself. Elsewhere, Nigeria is the big brother to our neighbors. We are the shock absorber of the West African sub-region, the bulwark of ECOWAS and Lake Chad Basin Commission. We can therefore be proud to be Nigerians. We must continue to be good neighbors and good citizens. At home, we have been successful in forging a nation from different ethnicities and language groups. Our evolution and integration into one nation continues apace. When, therefore, we came to office in 2015, after a decade of struggle, we identified 3 cardinal and existential challenges our country faced and made them our campaign focus, namely security, economy, and fighting corruption. None but the most partisan will dispute that in the last 4 years, we have made solid progress in addressing these challenges. When I took the oath of office on 29th May 2015, insecurity reigned. Apart from occupying 18 local governments in the northeast, Boko Haram could at will attack any city, including the federal capital, could threaten any institution, including bombing the United Nations building and police headquarters in Abuja. Admittedly, some of the challenges still remain in kidnappings, banditry in some rural areas. The great difference between 2015 and today is that we are meeting these challenges with much greater support to the security forces in terms of money, equipment, and improved local intelligence. We are meeting these challenges with superior strategy, firepower, and resolve. In face of these challenges, our government elected by the people in 2015 and re-elected in March has been mapping out policies, measures, and laws to maintain our unity and at the same time lift the bulk of our people out of poverty and onto the road to prosperity. This task is by no means unattainable. China has done it. India has done it. Indonesia has done it. Nigeria can do it. These are all countries characterized by huge burdens of population. China and Indonesia succeeded under authoritarian regimes. India succeeded in a democratic setting. We can do it. With leadership and sense of purpose, we can lift 100 million Nigerians out of poverty in 10 years. Following the 60% drop in oil prices between 2015 and 2016, through monetary and fiscal measures, we stimulated economic growth, curbed inflation, and shored up our external reserves. We now have witnessed 8 quarters of positive growth in the economy, and our GDP is expected to grow by 2.7% this year. Furthermore, our external reserves have risen to 45 billion United States dollars, enough to finance over 9 months of current import commitments. This administration is laying the foundation and taking bold steps in transforming our country and liberating our people from the shackles of poverty. First, we will take steps to integrate rural economies to the national economic grid by extending access to small-scale credits and inputs to rural farmers, credit to rural micro businesses, and opening up many critical feeder roads. Secondly, for small-scale enterprises in towns and cities, we shall expand facilities currently available so that we can continue to encourage and support domestic production of basic goods and reduce our reliance of imported goods, as I will outline later. For the next 4 years, we will remain committed to improving the lives of people by consolidating efforts to address these key issues, as well as emerging challenges of climate change, resettling displaced communities, and dealing decisively with the few flashes of insecurity across the country and the impacts of food scarcity and regional stability. We are not daunted by the enormity of the task ahead. Instead, we are revived by this new mandate to work collaboratively with state and local governments, legislators, the diplomatic corps, and all Nigerians to rebuild and reposition our country as the heartbeat and reference point for our continent. Fellow Nigerians, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, despite the enormous resources pledged to infrastructure development these past 4 years, there remains the urgent need to modernize our roads and bridges, electricity grid, ports, and rail system. B, whilst agriculture and industrial output have recovered since the recession, we are more committed than ever to work with the private sector to improve productivity and accelerate economic growth. The Manufacturing Purchasing Managers Index, which is the gauge of manufacturing activity in the country, has arisen from 26 consecutive months since March 2017, indicating continuous growth and expansion in our manufacturing sector. It still takes too long for goods to clear at our seaports, and the roads leading to them are congested. It still takes too long for routine and regulatory approvals to be secured. These issues affect our productivity, and we are committed to addressing them permanently. E, our government will continue to reduce social and economic inequality through targeted social investment programs, education, technology, and improved information. F, our social intervention programs are a model for other nations. Together with state governments, we provide millions of school children with meals in primary schools, microloans to traders and entrepreneurs, skills and knowledge acquisition support to graduates, and of course, conditional cash transfers to the poorest and most vulnerable in our society. A database of poor and vulnerable households is being carefully built based on age, gender, disability, educational levels, for proper planning in this administration's war against poverty. A database of unemployed but qualified youth has also been developed under the National Social Investment Program, which can be used by the public and private sectors for recruitment purposes. Cumulatively, nearly 2 million beneficiaries have received aid under this program, apart from Anchor's Borrowers Program and School Feeding Initiative, each reaching 2 million recipients, and we will do more, much more. Fellow Nigerians, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we know that there exists a strong correlation between economic inequality and insecurity. When economic inequality rises, insecurity rises. But when we actively reduce inequality through investments in social and hard infrastructure, insecurity reduces. The disturbing increase in rates of kidnapping, banditry, and other criminal activities can be attributed to the decades of neglect and corruption in social investment, infrastructure development, education, and healthcare. This issue is further compounded by the impact of our changing climate and ecology. The ECOWAS and Sahel regions start our way of life. These issues are regional and not unique to Nigeria alone. The problems call for increased regional and international cooperation in developing a sustainable solution. As chairman of ECOWAS, I will be hosting a regional security summit of heads of states in the Sahel to develop a joint strategy to continue our efforts in addressing these issues. Fellow Nigerians, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the heart of inequality and insecurity is pervasive corruption. When we took office, we realized if we fight corruption, corruption will fight back. And we have seen this at all levels. For Nigeria to progress, a collective resolution to address corruption and foster broad-based prosperity is required to create a country that is not only for a few privileged, but for all Nigerians. This charge is not only to civil servants, ministers, legislators, and state government functionaries, but also to corporate leaders. We shall make greater investments in our rural economies. We shall aggressively source locally our raw materials. We have incentives for investments specifically made in rural communities. However, nationwide development cannot occur from Abuja alone. It must occur at states, and government cannot do it alone. I therefore implore all state governments, especially those with large rural communities, to aggressively solicit investments in your states. Invest in developing human capital, reducing bureaucracy and corruption, hosting and attending investment summits, and improving the ease of doing business. At this point, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the entrepreneurs, investors, and venture capitalists who have built or are building agro-processing projects, petrochemical plants, crude oil, and solid mineral refineries, energy exploration, software development projects, telecom, infrastructure, health, education, and manufacturing projects, and the like across our country. I would like to make special mention to promoters of our small businesses that are proudly making goods and services for export and for local consumption. The Nigerian economy rises and falls on the strength of your investments and productivity. We will continue to listen to your ideas and plans, not just about how we can secure more investment, but how your plans can help create more equitable economy. I also thank the labor unions, farmer groups, and associations, organized private sector, and the civil society organization for their support and cooperation with our government these last 4 years. We will continue to count on your support, guidance, and understanding during the next 4 years. I especially thank our traditional leaders and congratulate re-elected and newly elected state governors and members of the National Assembly. Our government will continue to count on your support so that we can together move our country forward. Fellow Nigerians, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, despite these challenges over the last 4 years, my optimism about Nigeria's future is unshakable, and Nigeria's role in the world as an emerging economic force is without doubt. Over the next 4 years, we are committed to assembling a strong team of Nigerians and allies to implement our transformative plans and proposals. A, we will see significant focus, resource, and where necessary reform in tertiary and technical education to reposition Nigeria's workforce for the modern technological age. We will accelerate investments in primary, secondary, tertiary healthcare programs, intervention, and infrastructure, as well as in upgrading of our medical personnel to stem the flight of our best trained people. On food security, our farmers have made great strides in local production of rice, maize, cassava, poultry, fertilizer, fisheries, and system. We remain resolute in supporting private sector in emphasizing backward integration and export expansion plans. Felling of trees to provide energy for domestic use is taking its toll on our rainforests, our ecology, and our climate. Accordingly, we are taking steps to harness cleaner and more sustainable source of electricity. We export more than 2 million tons of cooking gas, yet we consume less than 500,000 tons. We will work to address this issue and support rural communities with challenges of safety switching from firewood to cooking gas. F, dedicated agro-industrial processing zones will be developed on a PPP basis to increase farming yields, agricultural productivity, and industrial output. G, over 2,000 kilometers of ongoing federal road and bridge projects across the country will be completed to reduce journey times and the cost of doing business. As I mentioned earlier, critical feeder roads will be built to facilitate easier transportation for people and goods for rural areas to major roads. H, we are at the advanced stage of securing investment to modernize and expand our transmission and distribution infrastructure, ensuring that electricity is available and affordable for all Nigerians. Several rail, seaport, and airport projects are at various stages of completion. We will open the arteries of transportation nationwide. J, it is a fact that Nigeria has more gas reserves than it has oil. Over the last 4 years, we have become a net exporter of urea, which is made from natural gas. We invite investors to develop more natural gas-based petrochemical projects. K, fellow Nigerians, this government will not tolerate actions by any individual or groups of individuals who seek to attack our way of life or those who seek to corruptly enrich themselves at the expense of the rest of us. We will crack down on those who incite ordinary, innocent people to violence and unrest. We will ensure that such actions are met with a strong arm of the law. Nation building takes time, but we must take solace in the knowledge that this country, our country, has everything we require to make Nigeria prosper. Fellow Nigerians, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to join me in this journey of rebuilding our nation. Our focus will not be to help the privileged few, but to ensure that Nigeria works for Nigerians of all persuasions. That is a more just arrangement. As we all know, correcting injustice is a prerequisite for peace and unity. As part of the process of healing and reconciliation, I approve the recognition of June 12 as Democracy Day and invested the late Chief Abiola and Babagana Kingibe with national honors, as I did with late Chief Gani Ferhemi. The purpose was to partially atone for the previous damage done in annulling the presidential elections of that year. Today, I propose the renaming of the Abuja National Stadium henceforth. It will be called Moshood Abiola National Stadium. In my first term, we put Nigeria back on its feet. We are working again despite a difficult environment in oil on which we depend too much for our export. We encountered huge resistance from vested interests who do not want change, but change has come. We now must move to the next level. By the grace of God, I intend to keep oath I have taken today and to serve as president for all Nigerians. I thank you for attending this august occasion from far and near, and for all your best wishes to me, to our party, and to Nigeria. God bless us all. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
He deserves a standing ovation, please. Thank you. The maiden Democracy Day address by the special guest of honor, reviewed of our President Commander-in-Chief, His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari. Very enlightening, elaborate, and reassuring. Thank you. Parade Commander, please. Your Excellencies, may please take your seats, please. Thank you. Take your seats. Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you. Parade Commander. Cameraman, can you please exit where you are there in front of the saluting desk, please. Thank you.
Right! One more! Hedges! Please have the chair to the special guest of honor, His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, Grand Commander, Federal Republic, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Hep, hep, hep. Hep, hep, hep. Hep, hep, hep.
Shortly, we're going to have the national anthem. Please, we are all expected to rise. Officers and warrant officers in your country, please salute. Thank you. Your Excellencies, may please take your seats. Thank you. The national anthem over. The parade commander marches on the horseback towards the presidential days to seek the presidential permission of Mr. President to march up the colors and the rest of the parade, thus bringing us to the end of this epoch-making ceremony. special permission sought there and given. Please, we want to caution the security operatives to ensure that everybody in the Eagle Square waits and allows the special guest of honor, the visiting presidents, heads of state, and dignitaries move before they start exiting wherever they are seated. Please, security operatives, please take care, please. All too soon, Your Excellencies, we've come to the end of this beautifully unique and epoch-making maiden ceremony of the Democracy Day, June 12, 2019. On behalf of the chairman of the Central Organizing Committee of the 2019 Presidential Inauguration Ceremony and the Democracy Day celebrations, Mr. Boss Mustafa, and the entire executive members of his committees, we wish one and all journey message to your respective destinations. We appreciate most sincerely Your Excellencies for honoring these invitations. Your anchors have been Captain Haruna Tagwai of the Gas Brigade Headquarters, Mr. Ibere Young, MFR, Morayo Afolabi Brown, Kayode Ayegusi of the Ministry of Information and Culture, Timothy John, Flight Lieutenant Olayinka Lawal, Emmanuel Musa of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and yours sincerely, Major Paul Abara, a retired officer, formerly of the Directorate of Army Public Relations. This is wishing one and all joining messages back to our respective destinations. Thank you, God bless, until we meet in 2020. Adieu, au revoir, bon voyage. Thank you, God bless you. Security operatives, please ensure we wait and allow dignitaries to exit the Eagle Square before we take our exit, please. Security operatives, please. Thank you.
Sorry.
Well, that's the conclusion of the trailblazing celebration of the nationally celebrated Democracy Day in Nigeria. And just like the Masters of Ceremony said at Eagle Square, we look forward to another celebration in the year 2020. But quickly, Mr. President, in his democracy address, highlighted a number of issues, but key among them was he said Nigerians across across the divide, across board, across sectors, across the governmental structures, across the tiers of government should join in rebuilding Nigeria for a better society. He has also said that change has come and Nigerians must move to the next level. And fundamentally is the fact that from Good Morning Nigeria this morning, one of the guests has said that a monumental thing should be named after Moshood Abiola, and Mr. President has graciously named the National Stadium in Abuja after MK Abiola. I believe a lot of this will be named after him in the country, but MK was a pillar of soccer in Nigeria. Quickly too, he has talked about the need to reposition the workforce in education, agriculture, healthcare, road infrastructure, mostly on feeder roads to enable farmers bring their produce to the market. And a lot of other things. One other one I will not forget if I go to Professor Yakub is the fact that pervasive corruption is still focal. He has talked about a collective revolution in the fight against corruption in Nigeria. And has also said that as chairman of ECOWAS, Nigeria will soon convene a security summit of heads of states of member countries to re-strategize on the fight against security in the West African sub-region. Well, quickly, Professor Nuhu Yakub, my guest, is still here. In summary, what will you make of Mr. President's Democracy Day speech?
I think we should praise him for the courage he has exhibited, right from the decision to make June 12 the Democracy Day. And, the speech he has also made, today, it captures the essence of the occasion. If we are talking of democracy, we are actually should be talking about, how do we actually make life more beneficial to ordinary people in Nigeria. But what has been happening since the past 20 years is simply the fact that democracy has been, the betterment of the welfare of the politicians, the big guns in the society. That should actually change. He says change has come. The only change Nigerians will note, especially on now they are aligning Democracy Day to the epochal, June 12th, 1993 election, is to make sure that the welfare of the people, is actually improved, as well as the security of life and property.
Also, quickly before we wrap up this segment, he talked about the need to Nigerians to know that all this is not about centrality; it's about decentralization. That all this next level arrangement has to be decentralized from the central level, that is the federal level, state, up to the lowest level, talking about the local government level. And a lot have misconstrued the fact that government is so centralized. But from this submission now, have they been disapproved?
Well, let us actually get the point very clear. Our problem in this country is our constitution, basically. Because, it's good, the spirit in which he has talked is welcoming. But if you don't change the constitution, a lot of, the responsibilities of governance is still at the federal level or at the center. So I think he should, now in the next level, look very seriously at the possibility of, carrying out what I would call surgical operation on the Nigerian constitution. Let us try to amend the constitution to accommodate this issue of decentralization. We can't get it if it's just a policy statement made on Democracy Day. It has to be followed very rigorously by taking a bill to the National Assembly to amend the constitution. That's one way we can actually make progress in terms of devolution. Decentralization. And I also think the issue of state police should be factored into the reorganization of the Nigerian polity.
Okay, finally, sir, we have had very robust ceremonies talking about Victory Day in Russia, D-Day in UK, and we now have one legalized in Nigeria, which is, we now know that 12th June every year from 2019 is a robust celebration in Nigeria. Will we see something bigger and more decentralized next time?
Yeah, I think
where Nigerians will feel it.
Yeah, I think it's very good that you raised this point. The observation of the ceremony as is what's going on. We did observe that some governors are even here in Abuja. What are they doing here? They should actually go back to their states and carry out the spirit of Democracy Day in their states.
Okay. Well, Professor Nuhu Yakub, who was interim national secretary of the Social Democratic Party in 1993.
That's right.
Professor of Political Science and former Vice Chancellor of the University of Abuja. It was nice having you on our Democracy Day studio.
Thank you very much.
Well, that's it on this part of the program. On behalf of all of us from the team, the OB team from the Eagle Square, the directing team here, and all of us put together, it was nice having you, and we look forward to the next Democracy Day in the year June 12, 2020. On behalf of all of us, thanks for watching, and don't forget, Mr. President says we should all together work collectively to rebuild Nigeria. Join the train as it takes off. Bye-bye.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Yemi Oshubanjo, wives of the President and the Vice President, representatives of the heads of state and governments, the Senate President, Speaker, House of Representatives, Acting Chief Justice of the Federation, members of the National Assembly, former governors and party leaders, members of the Diplomatic Corps, service chiefs, Inspector General of Police, and other heads of security organizations, APC party faithfuls and stalwarts, senior government officials, distinguished invited guests, ladies.
6th of June 2018, the Buhari government made a historic pronouncement which took many Nigerians by surprise. June 12 was proclaimed as Nigeria's new Democracy Day, replacing May 29, the day the military returned the country to democratic governance. Now, the history of June 12 goes back to the early 90s, 1993 precisely, when the then military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida annulled the results of an election that was generally perceived as the most credible and fairest of all in the nation's history. An election that produced Chief Moshood Kashimawo Olawale Abiola as the undeclared winner of the presidential race. The ensuing crisis from that annulment pushed the country to the precipice and a near division along ethnic lines. 26 years after, the first celebration of June 12 as National Democracy Day has come to pass. My guest today is a major part of the June 12 story. He has a rich background in diverse areas, a media practitioner, diplomat, technocrat, politician. He has all of these under his belt. But more significantly to today's program, he was the running mate to the late MKO Abiola, acclaimed winner of the June 12, 1993 presidential election. Let's welcome Ambassador Babagana Kingibe. Ambassador, thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Interesting. Were you surprised a year ago when suddenly there was some recognition for June 12? It was declared as Democracy Day.
In a way, yes, I was surprised. More by the timing of it than that it happened. I was actually on the Lesser Hajj in Saudi Arabia when the announcement was made. I was not surprised that it was made because I knew that President Buhari felt strongly about June 12th. In the aftermath of the annulment, one of the architects of the annulment, former President Obasanjo, tried to get elder statesmen, former presidents, and so on, It is, I think, Africa Leadership Forum or something. He has some organization to see how the problems arising from the aftermath of the annulment could be addressed. And I think President Buhari did attend that meeting once, the inaugural meeting. And I understood that when he saw the direction of the meeting, he decided not to attend again. And every time the issue of the annulment came up over the years, his position was very clear, it was very firm, that the elections were free, they were fair, and there was a clear winner, and that the annulment was unjustified. So, having had the opportunity, perhaps, to right the wrong, so to speak, I wasn't surprised that he did so, because it is in his character to try and do justice, however belated, and under whatever circumstances.
Well, Ambassador, there are so many versions of what actually happened and what didn't happen. Some people claim to have been champions of June 12. Others were accused of not being champions. Your position as the vice presidential candidate who was billed to become the vice president of Nigeria was seen as key to what was termed then the June 12 struggle. But it took just a little time before some said you abandoned the cause. Did you really abandon the cause?
You know, June 12th was the creation of all Nigerians. I really think it would not be fair to history and to the millions of Nigerians who participated in the political process, very unique political process that culminated on June 12th. All Nigerians were architects of June 12th. Like all endeavors, collective endeavor, there is always a leader. And one can never diminish the role of Chief Abiola in June 12th being a democracy day. We are celebrating. It's an opportunity to recall all the positive takeaways of the June 12th experience, what it represented, and how we can learn lessons for the future. I do not think it's an occasion for recrimination, who betrayed who abandoned what. You know, the whole process leading up to June 12th was a unique experience in the Nigerian political journey towards democracy. The fact of June 12th, the elections that took place on that date, were unique. We had many elections before that, but the elections of June 12th were unique. The annulment of the election was unique in the life of all of us Nigerians. And being unique and novel, I think everybody reacted according to their understanding of what reaction was required. I do not think that we'll have the time to go through who played what role, who did what on this occasion. All I'll say, as I said, is let's celebrate the event of June 12th, and let's celebrate as Nigerians. Let's imbibe whatever lessons everybody imbibes, and we move on.
Well, would that be the reason why all these years you've never been known, if I'm correct, to have spoken out specifically about June 12, the issues around it? And
no, indeed, I never. This is the first time that I'm addressing the issue. I was sometimes bemused. I was saddened. Perhaps sometimes I was not surprised at all the comments that people were making about June 12th, the claims to authorship of June 12th, those who stood on June 12th, and so on. I know every detail of what happened. And there is no way that one could tell the truth about June 12th without perhaps diminishing some people's roles, without taking away from the significance and the solemnity of that date. And I have actually recorded my recollections of those days and those events. And I hope that I'll have the opportunity to add my recordings one day. It's on video recording, not audio recording. But I suffice it to say that, no, there are many ways of pursuing a goal. To me, the immediate goal was to make sure that the annulment did not stand. That I had a very strong feeling about. And don't forget, from the annulment to the enthronement of the interim national government, that was 84 days or so, 82. And during those days, we all worked together to make sure that the ING, as the interim national government was called, did not stand. And it did not stand. Okay. Thereafter, then we all had our reflections collectively and individually as to the way forward.
Okay.
And we moved on.
Okay. Now, I do recall that after that, you went on to become Foreign Affairs Minister under the Abacha government. But let's go back to what you call the positive takeaways from the whole saga of June 12. And many Nigerians like to think that it was unique in a way that for the very first time, you had a Muslim ticket for the presidency, and that did not in any way affect the voting pattern.
Indeed. And this is really one of the regrettable phenomena to observe, for example, today. In many ways, religion, has now taken center stage as one of our major fault lines in our political actions. Let me go back. June 12th was the culmination, as I say, of our political process, the so-called the transition process of President Babangida. He created the two-party systems, the National Republican Convention and the Social Democratic Party. And in fact, not only did he create them, but he gave them their constitutions and their manifestos.
What was referred to then as a little to the right
and a little to the left. Now, I should say that in the SDP in particular, but to some extent in the NRC too, we tried to make something out of that contraption. In the SDP, we tried to give ideological content to what is called a little to the left. The NRC also did. And we worked on the basis of a vision for society. What kind of society we wanted to see, what kind of governance on a democratic basis. And this exercise was not restricted just to the active politicians, the leadership of parties and so on. All Nigerians, had the ideas of how we should be governed, how the economy should be organized, how society should be run. Now, in these debates that went on, there was no question of religion or tribe or region involved at all. In fact, it was a most thoroughly edifying process to participate in. It was enjoyable. We all were addressing the issues, not the people, not the persons. And those of us who worked together worked as a band of brothers and sisters. We enjoyed each other's companies, we enjoyed the debates, and we enjoyed the challenges. I recall with nostalgia that we would be on the campaigns or hustings, and we would be on television, radio, whatever, arguing against the ideas of the other party. And often in the evenings, Chief Tommy Kimi, who was my opposite number of the National Republican Convention, and I would get in touch. Sometimes we would invite each other for dinner. Sometimes we would just go out, sit down, have tea, and discuss broad national issues without it. Now, this is something that I miss. Right. This is something that I find lacking. And the most potent and dangerous is this religious divide, which a few zealots who had no idea, no personal experience of where we are coming from, who now find themselves at the pulpits of the churches or the mosques, who are heating up the polity, who have brought up this emotive issue of religion, of tribe, northerner, southerner, Fulani, non-Fulani, Yoruba, whatever. These were issues that were of no relevance in the political process that led up to June 12th. Right. And it's a pity that we have not learnt that lesson.
So were you pained when it became obvious at some point in time during the struggle for the actualization of June 12 that certain people, certain Nigerians, and some of them highly placed, began to introduce an ethnic coloration into the struggle? Did that bother you?
Was it some Nigerians? I think by the time the regime of President Babangida annulled the elections and they saw the reaction, then obviously they had to find some kind of counter-response. And part of their strategy was to isolate the struggle for June 12 and the outcry against the annulment as a tribal thing, that it is the Yorubas who are the agitators. The rest of Nigerians, it didn't concern them. Of course, that was rubbish. Unfortunately, they were successful in hiring enough spokesmen in the east and in the north, regime of Babangida, in trying to justify their action that introduced the ethnic perspective to the June 12th struggle.
But then, so many years after, the government of President Buhari decided to make June 12 Nigeria's Democracy Day, honor some of the key actors who were involved in this struggle. And some said, but it stopped short, just that short, of saying, indeed, Abiola was the president of Nigeria, and you were the vice president. And so, till date, it still said that, yes, it was the best election, it was annulled, but people are thinking, couldn't the government go the whole hog and say that was the president and this was the vice president? Declaration.
Proof is one way of looking at it, but then so what? I think it was very courageous and good of him to actually recognize June 12th for what it was. The rest is detail. To say Chief MKO Abiola was the winner And then what happens? You can't bring him back from the dead. He had sacrificed his life for the struggle. And so many years after we lost him. What then follows? We have had several elections since then. Some things you don't have to articulate. It's clear that by that recognition is implied that Chief MKO Abiola won the elections. It is implied. If he didn't win, what would be the point of recognizing June 12th as Democracy Day? That is the little technical matter of the results were not officially, conclusively announced. Is a small point. We all had the results. It was the option A4. The results were announced at every polling unit. Everybody knew the result. But if one wants to be technical, nobody had the power to announce the result except the National Electoral Commission of Humphrey Nwosu, and he didn't complete the process. Is an argument. But I think short of actually saying so, President Buhari did acknowledge, and he did apologize to the family of MKO Abiola, and he did apologize to Nigerians for the travesty that was done in annulling the elections. I think some things are best said loud without saying anything at all verbally. Yeah.
Well, the SDP and the NRC were the two parties then, and of course you started off first as chairman of the SDP, and later became the running mate to Chief Abiola. Of course, the elections were held with those parties, they were also annulled. But there are people who say today, perhaps it's best to have a two-party system, and if that experiment had been allowed to flourish, today we would have something akin to a standard two-party system, as against where you have over 90 political parties with the last election, 70 plus contesting for the presidency. What do you think about that?
No, I think the two-party system worked well. I wish that the system was allowed to mature. President Babangida could have, after annulling the actual presidential elections, it wasn't Babangida, it was General Abacha, could have allowed the parties to survive. And they could continue trying to see if they can reorganize fresh elections or whatever. But if they kept the party system going, we would have matured to a level like you have in America, where although they do have the garage parties and mushroom parties, but you have essentially two political parties. But of course, that couldn't be done. It wasn't the intention of Abacha to hold elections or whatever. So the parties had to be sacrificed. But eventually, even now, gradually, the polity is gravitating towards two major political parties. I hope this process could be consolidated. And it is within that framework that we will have greater unity of purpose. It is within that framework that perhaps some of our fault lines can be diminished, whether it's religion or tribe or region or whatever. I hope that the zoning practice, which both parties do and which is assumed to be the normal thing, but it is not really, it has no legal basis. I hope that it will eventually be jettisoned, because we need to get to a place in Nigeria where we look for who is best to deliver, not where he comes from. We will get there, but we need to nurture the evolution of what will inevitably end up as two major political parties.
Right, Ambassador Kingsley, just one or two issues before we round off. One of them has to do with the process of elections. The other has to do with whoever, superintends over the elections. In this case, the Independent National Electoral Commission. And when we talk of the process, option A4, during your time, people look at it and say, yes, it's something that produced leaders without all what we see now. But others say, no, but that's a cake. It's pedestrian in this day and age to have people line up in front of photographs of their candidates. I mean, it's 2019, they say. You think it makes sense to adopt an option like that, given the state of violence, ballot box snatching, all kinds of things we see?
We have to ask the question, what is the purpose of elections? Elections are meant to throw up the candidates that the people want to lead them. We want that to be done transparently. We want this to be done freely. And then the next question is, so what is the best way of ensuring that in a complicated and complex country like Nigeria? People have been talking about electronic voting and so on. Even the countries that have invented the electronic voting, they do not use it for their own elections. So there are many, many methods used for elections. And in some countries, they take weeks for elections to become. In India, they've just recently finished their election. It took weeks. So really, there is no particular merit to do with being primitive or not. As I say, even those who invented the technology and so on, which enabled e-voting, are not using it. That doesn't mean they are not advanced. I hope that we will get back to option A4. One of the beauties of option A4, it takes place in a particular polling unit. So everybody knows everybody. But it's a very small unit. They only know what's happening in their unit. And they know the truth of the strength of the various contenders and parties in that unit. So if a particular person polls the highest number of votes, there is no surprise. There will be no crisis. But the people in that unit only know what happened in their unit. They wouldn't know what happened in the hundreds of thousands of units across the country. So they will not even then conclude, oh, our person lost. They will wait, but they have the result of their unit. And their party agents will collect the results, send to their headquarters. The police would have it, SSS, all the security agencies, and the electoral officials at headquarters. They will have it. So there are so many layers of verification that there's no way in Abuja some INEC will sit down and change the results. All right. That's the beauty of June 12th, 1993. We knew the result. We all knew the result. And when the only way, I suppose, the regime of Babangida could have done it was the way they did it, annul it. But they couldn't have gone on, concluded, and announced a different result from that which obtained. Yes, I'm for option A4. There is nothing uncivilized about it. What is important is what is the objective of election. That option does throw up genuine, authentic winners of elections.
Okay, and what about the election supervisory body? There it would seem that politicians and electoral bodies are always at loggerheads. When you win, it's free and fair, it's fantastic. When you lose, the electoral body is perhaps playing to the script of the government in power or the opposition.
Well, that's again, in a way, I've responded to that problem. The electoral umpire is a facilitator of the process in the first place. And it says it has the right to announce results. Nobody can announce. And it's working within a legal framework, which politicians and voters don't necessarily understand. All this would be eliminated if they are just there facilitators, they provide the logistics and so on, and add up the figures which everybody has after an option A4 process. There would be no problem on whose side the electoral umpire is. Take the electoral process majorly back to the people, the control of it. Option A4 gives control of that process to the people at the polling unit level, not at the Abuja level.
Well, Ambassador Babakingiwe, before we let you go, I might just put this across to you. You rightly can be described as a statesman, an elder statesman, and you've been in government, you've been a technocrat, you've served as Minister of Foreign Affairs, you've had other ministerial portfolios, and at some point in time you were secretary to the government of the Federation in the Erodua days. So, is Nigeria an impossible country to administer?
No. I think Nigerians are the easiest people to administer. All Nigerians want from their leaders one, communication. They want their leaders to connect with them. They want their leaders to identify with them, with their aspirations, with their struggles, and so on. Nigerian people are patient people. There is no country on earth, I believe, that can survive as we do the kind of challenges that we've been facing over time. We are patient people, we are tolerant people, and we are fair-minded people. We know, what is possible and what's not possible. We know what's right and what's wrong. All we want is for our leaders to adopt the attitude of do as I do, not as I say. If they see that their leaders themselves are suffering, their leaders are also struggling, just as they are, and they are facing the same issues, same problems. Nigerians are very, very, very easy to administer. In fact, very, very helpful. They can even help the government, to better administer the country. Once they are carried on board, our people need to be connected with. They need to be communicated to.
All right.
And they will be honest. No, we are very nice people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes you describe yourself as a retired politician, and people wonder that is there such a thing? Does anyone in these parts actually retire from politics? They may not be as active as they used to be, but are you really retired from politics?
Let's put it no. Politics is in everybody's blood. It's not. When I say I'm a retired politician, I mean I'm no longer seeking an elective office.
All right.
Of course, I have my views, my aspirations, and my wishes for Nigeria and for Nigerians, and I cannot just be aloof from the political process, so to speak. But no, I'm not running for any office.
Right.
I operate with other people, to bring about the kind of society that we wish.
Well, with regard to June 12, what would you say is your greatest satisfaction, or, if you like, dissatisfaction with the whole process? The years of, as some would say, various administrations living in denial, and the eventual recognition and the conferment of honors on some of those who were key actors?
On the conferment of honors and so on are just consequential, not very, is appreciated, but not very important. I think my satisfaction is that it was something now some of us labored for. We worked to bring about June 12th. It required a lot of planning, a lot of strategizing, a lot of hustings and campaigns, which took us to almost every local government in this country. We connected with people, we communicated with people, we saw people's reaction to us. I savor it and cherish it all my life. My regret, frankly, is that we were not able to actualize it, to go through with it. You see, many people didn't know Chief Abiola well. They had some idea of Chief Abiola, rich man, in politics here and there. He was in the NPN and so on. But they didn't know the man, Chief Abiola, and what he stood for. I knew him well. I knew him before we joined forces in politics, and I knew him and we worked together for the elections and thereafter. But you see, it is Nigeria's loss that we never had our President Abiola in power. He had great passion, great ideas, great vision for this country and for the people. He had aspirations, drawing from his own background of, so to speak, coming from grass to grace. That I regret. I regret for my country, I regret for my people, that we would not be where we are if he was given the chance to shape the trajectory for Nigeria's future. I regret that. But we move on.
Well, just one final take.
Yeah.
Back in 1972, you were head of current affairs and features in the then Broadcasting Company of Northern Nigeria, BCNN.
Yeah.
So, we described you at the start of this program as a media practitioner. The media, the Nigerian media, and the evolution of democracy. What state, what position has the media been in? They've been an asset to this democracy, or, as some people now say, they're beginning to be the vehicles for some divisions that we are seeing. But assess the Nigerian media and Nigeria's democracy.
The Nigerian media of those days, we older people talk about those days, but it's the truth. They were unique. You had both the print and the electronic media were manned by people who, if they were not in the media, could be somewhere else equally. So the government officials, the entrepreneurs, the media people were all interchangeable. Any one of them could be doing the other's job. And also it was not long after independence, after the Civil War and so on, there was some kind of collective consciousness about the national interest and about values and ethics, what's ethical, what's not. I think that atmosphere, I came into broadcasting from the university. I was teaching at the university. I resigned from teaching and went into broadcasting.
Right.
and from there I went into the Foreign Service. So, as I said, if you take my own trajectory as an example, we were all, one person can do any of those things, and there was no issue. I don't know. We had internal, you know, the expression D-notice, like in the UK. Government can issue D-notice to the media, say this story, there is D-notice on it, and everybody respects it, and they don't use it at all. But here we don't have formal D-notice system, but we had internal discipline to issue ourselves the D-notice. Nowadays, anything goes. Anything goes. I'm sorry, the fear of the media is the beginning of wisdom. But I'm not, I've gone beyond the stage of pandering to people's egos and so on. The standards are not as they should be. They write beautifully. I love reading columns in newspapers, for example, or watching insightful programs like yours. But generally speaking, the quality of the practitioners and the quality of the output could be improved upon. Let's put it that way. And I know some publishers who use their publications as a vehicle to blackmail people, that either to part with their money or to take certain positions and so on. There's a lot of regulation that needs to be done, and the exposure that needs to be made about the media, and streamline it, make it really respectable so that when the media say something or write something, people can take it to the bank and can say, yes, it's the fourth estate of the realm, not just because they claim it, but because they are actually the guardians of freedom, of democracy, and watchdogs over government and holding government to account, which I doubt if I can qualify the press of these days in those terms. Yeah.
Well, Ambassador Babagana Kingibe, we look forward to your releasing this recording of your recall of the whole saga of June 12. But if we're not putting anything, when are we looking at?
We're looking at about 1.5 hours of recording. If your bosses will allow me to use their medium, I'll be very happy to release it. But that's discussion for another time. Yeah.
But you wouldn't let us know when exactly you release it?
No, anytime feasible. Yeah. Let's, meantime, enjoy, savor, and honor the Nigerian people, honor Chief MKO Abiola on this Democracy Day. Let me just quickly say, you see, some people are saying, oh, why change May 29th with June 12th, blah, blah, blah. You see, there was nothing unique about May 29th. May 29th was not the first time that a civilian democratic president, a democratically elected president, took over from the military. It wasn't the first time. President Obasanjo played roles in both the first occasion and the second occasion. The first occasion, he handed over as military president to a democratically elected civilian president, Shehu Shagari.
Right.
Second time, he took over, from General Abdulsalami Abubakar as now the elected president of Nigeria. There was nothing unique about it. It's not the first time. And we all know what happened. The elections of 1999 and so on. Nigerians were fed up with the military government. The military themselves were eager to disengage, and they hastily arranged an election with a view partly, they say, to assuage the Southwest. And they just arranged the elections and so on. People did not care so long as they were going to go. And it went. So the kind of the democratic processes, the process that we had, there was no struggle involved in wresting power from the military. in 1999. The military themselves were the ones who said, look, Ochiton, we want to go, come. And they arranged it and escaped as quickly as they could. But June 12th was a process when the political class was pushing pressure on the military to go. We had the transition program, elections cancelled, primaries cancelled, and so on, but the pressure was on. So the politicians and the Nigerian people pushed really Babangida to a point of even holding the elections. So there was a struggle. So all these combined make June 12th really more relevant to democracy than May 29th. And I hope that will take sentiment out of it. And, as I said, learn the lessons of that date and move on.
Ambassador Babagana Kingibe, we'd like to thank you so much for spending your time with us, sharing your thoughts with us, even though some of it is still under wraps, as we await the full unraveling of the story from one who was at best an insider and who was well on his way to being the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in 1993. We thank you for coming on this program.
Thank you, Cyril, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to celebrate Nigerians and to celebrate the great achievement of June 12th and to celebrate